Welcome to the Quantum Soul Guidance Summit 2026, and thank you for being here. Welcome to everyone joining us live, and welcome as well to those who will be watching the replays in the days, weeks, and months to come. If you're here with us live right now, I invite you to please say hello in the comments. Let us know where you're tuning in from. We would love to say hello. One of the most beautiful aspects of gatherings like this is that we are meeting across continents and cultures and time zones, yet sharing the same moment, same intention, the same energy field. Welcome also to our 20 incredible speakers, each of whom has devoted their life to research and lived experience in exploring a unique facet of galactic wisdom, multidimensional healing, and human evolution. Over the next 4 days, they'll be guiding us through a rich and diverse tapestry of perspectives, tools, and remembrance. So good to see you all here. Welcome. So happy to share this moment with you. We're gathering at the very meaningful threshold. We're stepping out of 2025, a numerological year number 9, year of completion, release, integration, and closure. Was that the case for you? And into 2026, a year 1, year of beginnings, initiation, and new cycles. Do you agree that perhaps this is not just another new calendar year? It feels much more like an energetic reset of immense proportions. Can you feel it? In Chinese astrology, 2026 is marked as the year of the fire horse, a symbol of bold new structures, strong forward movement, courage, and independence. The last time we had the fire horse year was 1966. So let us know in the comments if that's your birth year. Fire horse energy does not wait for permission. It invites sovereignty, authenticity, and alignment with one's inner calling. So this year's summit arrives at a moment when many of us feel that something new is being born within ourselves, within humanity, and within our collective trajectory. I feel blessed to be here with you, and thank you for joining me. This year's summit's theme is collective remembering, ancient wisdom and cosmic currents guiding the new human. By remembering, we mean reintegration, a remembering of ancient wisdom carried in our lineages, a remembering of cosmic currents that have always shaped life on Earth, a remembering of who we are beneath conditioning, fear, and fragmentation. Across these 4 days, we will explore how fixed stars, constellations, cosmic hubs, planetary cycles, numerology, elemental realms, and multidimensional anatomy all intersect with our lived human experience. Over the 4 days, you will hear about ancestral patterns and lineage healing, star origins and soul memory, multidimensional body and electromagnetic fields, numerological codes and cosmic timing, supercosmic hubs and deep space influences, leadership, parenting, and embodiment in the imminent age of Aquarius, all presented through grounded perspectives that invite discernment, integration, and practical application. One important reminder before we begin: astrology, galactic influences, and cosmic cycles are not here to dictate our lives or to indicate a hierarchy between us. In Galactic Astrology community, we recognize celestial bodies and cycles as sacred mirrors. They reflect our potentials, themes, and invitations, but we remain the conscious participants, co-creators. The intention of this summit is not to overwhelm you with information, but to empower you, to help you listen more clearly to your own inner knowing, and to recognize how cosmic patterns echo within your personal journey so that you can navigate it with greater ease and flow. For those meeting me for the very first time, my name is Julia Balaz, and I'm honored to be your host for this summit. The path that led me here has been shaped by over a decade of working with clients through quantum healing regression hypnosis, through soul readings, and astrology research. Over time, I began to notice consistent patterns between people's lived experiences, their soul memories, and celestial signatures in their birth charts. What started as my quiet observation and fascination evolved into extensive research, then into shared teachings, and eventually into a beautiful global community of quantum soul guidance galactic astrology practitioners, graduates of my signature program, who are supporting collective evolution in 22 languages. I feel incredibly blessed, humbled, and grateful for this blessing. I've always encouraged my students to follow their natural curiosity and passion, as that has always been my way of navigating life, and this is how I got here. So I'm sure you will notice that each speaker presenting at the summit developed their unique style of applying galactic astrology. So I really hope it will enrich you and inspire you. A few suggestions from me to help you get the most of this expansive journey. Stay centered in your heart so that you can feel how the information presented resonates with you. Take notes. When something speaks to your heart, when something stands out, write it down so that you can return to it, reflect on it, integrate it, use it, leverage it. Notice not only what informs you or expands you, but also which speaker inspires your heart and soul. Pay attention to recurring themes or symbols across different talks that may give you even goosebumps. That's your soul telling you, pay attention here. This is for you. This is about you. There is more here for you. Allow yourself to take breaks when needed. This is deep, rich material, so allow proper time for integration and grounding. All replays will remain freely available on our Galactic Astrology YouTube channel if you click on the live section. So there is absolutely no pressure for you to absorb everything at once or remember everything at once. Take your time. You can revisit it as often as you wish. I encourage you to also explore the amazing work of our speakers further by visiting their own platforms shared on the screen during their presentation. This summit is as much about connection as it is about content. As we open this shared space together, let us begin with our theme song, With Permission and Love, by Alexia Chellun. The song is called The Power is Here Now. And as you listen, I invite you to take a few slow, deep breaths. Feel your body grounding to the heart of the earth. Feel your presence here and now. Feel and appreciate your soul's wisdom and resonance that brought you to this gathering. Allow yourself to feel the immense love and support that is present here. You're not here to become someone new. You're here to remember who you already are. Thank you for being here. Enjoy day 1 of the Quantum Soul Guidance Summit 2026.
Power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. Let the water wash away your tears. Let the fire burn away your fears. Let the wind blow into your life such faith and trust. Oh, let the earth hold you, take care of you, nurture you. Oh, the power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. Let the water wash away your tears. Let the fire burn away your fears. Let the wind blow into your life such faith and trust. Oh, let the earth hold you, take care of you, nurture you.
Thank you for the many beautiful comments flowing through the live chat. I'm so glad that you're deeply resonating with the song we chose for this year. Same as last year. It's just, I feel it really captures so beautifully the spirit and the vibe that we feel is alive in our growing community. So thank you also for the shared love and support and excitement about this year's summit. So now let us move into the opening presentation of this year's Quantum Soul Guidance Summit. It is an honor and joy for me to welcome Ursula O'Farrell to the stage, a radiant creative soul whose work weaves together art, galactic astrology, and channeled wisdom in ways that truly touch the heart and expand the imagination. Ursula's presentation, titled A New Dawn Rising with the Pegasus Constellation and the Year of the Fire Horse, invites us into a powerful energetic threshold as we look ahead to February 17th, 2026, when the Lunar New Year begins. We step into the momentum of the Fire Horse, a call to movement, freedom, and inspired collective action. At the heart of her work is the Pegasus constellation, a carrier of the 0-degree Aries point of creation, bridging our collective consciousness between the age of Pisces and the age of Aquarius. Through Pegasus and fire, Ursula invites us into flight, into multidimensional realms where new visions are ready to be received. Ursula brings a truly multidimensional background to this work. A double Virgo with a Pisces moon, she blends grounded creativity with visionary sensitivity. She is a professional painter whose artwork has been exhibited throughout the United States, guided throughout her life by inspiration from unseen realms. Astrology entered her life during motherhood, offering deeper understanding of family dynamics and soul patterns, and leading her into years of study in metaphysics, consciousness, and a cosmic blueprint of the soul. With her generous, caring heart, Ursula has also initiated several beautiful collaborations that have enriched our galactic astrology community from the start. She shares much of her soul guidance and galactic insights through her YouTube channel called The Ascension Playground, where her creativity and wisdom continue to inspire many. Please join me in welcoming Ursula O'Farrell as the opening speaker of the Quantum Soul Guidance Summit 2026.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to 2026. It's a brand new year filled with amazing galactic, celestial, and astrological markers. So many of the tom-toms happening within the spiritual world is basically sending us messages that now is the time. My name is Ursula O'Farrell, and I've had the delight of being a quantum soul guidance practitioner for the past 3 years. So it's a joy to join you in the second annual Global Summit on the Remembering. Part of the delight that brought me into the realms of wanting to know more about the constellations and the heavenly stars that are here to support me along my path is this idea that there's got to be more. And I know that I am more than what is in this physical incarnation. So much of what I have done and shared in the past 10 years is to really drill down on cosmic portraiture, to understanding what is the energetic frequency or signature that my soul carries. It's truly all been about this union of myself in this 3D lifetime with my higher self. In my early years, I would say that would be an understanding of myself in relationship to God outside of myself. Now in 2026, I understand that as a fractal of the divine light, of the great source of all that is, that I too am in this point of remembering the totality of who I truly am. That is a spark of all that is. And with this idea of fractalization, whether it's this lifetime, past lifetimes, or future lifetimes, I just wanted to understand a little bit more about this merging and union of me with my higher self. So I've put together a little slideshow to help demonstrate a little bit about what I've been thinking about as the new year begins. I wanted to share this image by Matthias Grunewald. It's a little portion of what's called the Isenheim altarpiece. It was painted in 1512 of the resurrected Christ. And for me, this portal or gateway of 2026 with the resurrected human, the divine and the human coming together, is all part of the Quantum Soul Guidance's banner this year of the remembering. Yes, ancient codes and cosmic currents guiding us all towards the new human. That new human is something I believe within us, not outside of us. And so this gorgeous, light-filled orb of the resurrection is this idea of, yes, the second coming, but it's also more of it's an inside us instead of externally driven. So I hope that you enjoy this piece as we launch into a little mini slideshow. Can't go too far in my journeys without remembering this quintessential masterpiece by the French artist Paul Gauguin. He painted this towards the beginning of the 1900s. It was the late 1800s, but he moved away from France and his family obligations to go to Tahiti, where for him it was like rediscovering what it's like to be back in the garden and to live amongst the indigenous peoples. Paul at this time was rather ill and thought he was dying. So in the throes of the thought that, okay, what am I going to leave behind? This masterful painting came to being, and it is called Where Do We Come From? What Are We? And Where Are We Going? So in this idea of remembering, the remembering of our fuller total selves, I just called upon this image by Gauguin. The central figure, of course, is reaching up to collect either a fruit or a flower, kind of reminding us of the Genesis story of Adam and the apple. On the other side of the painting, we see a young woman who can be like the archetype of Eve. Sitting next to her is the grandmother image, right? Almost like contemplating the leaving of the physical body. So you have that contraposition of the youthful feminine next to the crone or the wise woman ready to greet the next chapter. But in celebration of the new human, on the other side of the painting, we see the birth of the new baby and the circle of women watching carefully over the child with a dog and animals echoing the birth of Christ. These are archetypal images that Gauguin painted as a return to the garden. Now, I bring up this word, the garden, as a metaphor and an archetype, but certainly this connection of man, woman with Mother Nature. And fascinatingly enough, Gauguin would include statuary or images of the unseen realms in many of his works. So we see this idea of the ancient relic of an archetype of perhaps a star family, leaving echoes of its journey here on the earth. So I wanted to share this as a way to start beginning and looking back in time to know where we are. And of course, the second question that Paul asked was, what are we? And that's the fun part of 2026. I believe there's going to be these cosmic explosions and ignition points throughout the year and into that following 2027 and beyond, where light codes are going to be opening in us for those who are raising our frequency and tuning into the divine and the cosmic realms. So my whole talk will be focused around a new dawn rising. Yes, we've heard of the lighthouses, be the light within the group. A new dawn, an era is rising in 2026 as the fire horse, the year of the fire horse in the Lunar New Year, is basically merging with Pegasus, who's asking us to be called into inspiration to co-create. Now, you might ask, why Pegasus? But for me, before I go there, I wanted to give you this image of the horses, the freedom, the winged one with fire. So air and fire working together as the elements that support one another to bring the new dawn forward. In the Gregorian calendar, we celebrate the 1st of January as the beginning of our new calendar year. And yet the lunar year represents the spring, when spring begins. And so here I go. This idea of the age of Pegasus. Many of us have tracked the idea that, yes, we were in the age of Pisces, and we wonder, are we in the age of Aquarius yet or not? And it's this toggle point. And how do we define an age? Well, many of us are tuning into the great work of Pam Gregory, astrologer, and she talks about whoever holds the 0 degrees Aries point. This is from an astrological view of the heavens. So we on Earth looking up into the heavens, the 0 degrees Aries point is the creator point. It's the beginning of the new cycle. And so who sits at the 0 degrees Aries point is none other than the constellation of Pegasus. So that's why I wanted to bring in the fire horse with the winged horse. So to look at the heavens, here's an old star constellation chart. And if you're new to astrology, or if you're new to astronomy, the idea that the sun has a path in the heavens that we call the ecliptic. And so when you follow the dashed lines, you'll see that we can see, oh, there's Taurus, there's Gemini, here's Pisces, and then Aquarius. But this circle that I've placed is circling around the constellation of Pegasus. I have another slide for you. This is for the Northern Hemisphere. So I'm zooming in again. And what we see is Pegasus is very close to the constellation of Andromeda. In fact, it shares a star. The navel of the horse and the head of Andromeda share the star Alpheratz. But I don't want to get ahead of myself. I'm still looking at the pathway of the sun and how we have created a zodiac. The zodiac, the term basically is a parade of animals that the sun follows and moves into in our year, our solar year. But we don't consider Pegasus to be one of the zodiacal signs. And yet that 0 degrees Aries point is landing in the constellation of Pegasus. So here we're zooming into Pegasus a little bit more so. And I've put together, yes, here's the stars in the heavens that form that beautiful Pegasus or Pegasus square, right? With 4 major stars. We're seeing it, yes, upside down because, the Earth, it rotates and it moves around the solar system. But Pegasus is being born with his other sibling, right? But we don't really talk about the other horse. But in this case, it's the Genesis story of Pegasus that I want to talk with you about now, because I think if a star is holding the 0 degrees Aries point, knowing its mythology, knowing its story archetypally helps understand as above, so below. So if the 0 degrees Aries point, this ignition point, is being held by Pegasus, let's learn more about this beautiful winged horse different than a unicorn. So I just want to make sure that's clear. There is a constellation in the heavens called Monoceros, which is a unicorn. But this is Pegasus. And let me pause for a minute and tell you a little story about the archetype of this beautiful, ethereal, magical horse that carries the lightning bolts of Zeus, the god of Mount Olympus, the ruler, carrying the lightning bolts. This horse has been able to fly up and through all dimensions. It is magic for us here on Earth, and it shows up at very specific times. And so let's learn a little bit more. So, to begin our story, and when you look at some of the ancient texts, this is a drawing from the year 1009. Can you believe it? So, this constellation has been followed and tracked in the heavens for thousands of years. So, we see it in the art. Here is a Radon or Odeon Radon, beautiful charcoal drawing. And we see another fresco next to it. So the story basically is about the horse that helped a hero named Bellerophon. And he was gorgeous. He has his own hero's journey. So for me, when I learned about Bellerophon's story and how he was able to ride Pegasus, with the help of Athena and her magic bridle, it made me feel like this guy is carrying the hero's journey for humanity. And so it's good to remember the role and purpose of the horse, which did not want to be ridden. This was the first being to ride the horse. Later, the human he's half human, half the son of Neptune, wanted to go up to Mount Olympus. And because this angered Zeus, he sent a fly, stung the horse, and the man was thrown. When I share that with you now, I'm reminded that perhaps that was the story in Ancient of Days and myth, the Greek and Roman myth. Today, I think a new story is being born of how do we each work with the energy of Pegasus to ride into different dimensions. If we invite this beautiful constellation, this magical horse to meditate with us, including working with Athena, what might we be able to do as far as killing and slaying our own internal monsters? How we lighten our vibration by letting go of some of the incredible trauma that we've carried with us energetically for so many lifetimes. So interesting to see how these magical beings can help us. So yes, Bellerophon, interesting, right? They share the same father. This is coming to me now, that Neptune created the winged horse Pegasus by basically raping Medusa before she was named Medusa. Like a big wave came over this beautiful temple goddess of Athena's virgins. And because she had had sex, she was turned into Medusa. So no one could look at her anymore without being turned to stone. So let's park that Medusa story aside for a minute. But this beautiful young man and the beautiful horse share the same father, Neptune. So later, when we look at the astrology for 2026, looking at what Neptune is doing and reminding ourselves what wants to be born, kind of less human and divine. What do we want to bring and birth into new creations without having to go back and do the whole hero's journey of slaying the dragons and falling from grace, right? So here I have a slide from astrologyking.com. And if you want to learn more about Pegasus constellation, its key stars, a little bit of the mythos and history of the asterism, check out Astrology King. So the premise is, and I believe that there's a conversation about this happening in the astrology circles, that yes, this age of whoever holds that 0 degrees Aries point, the ignition point, Well, Astrology King says the constellation Pegasus since 1925. 1925, here it is, 2026. That's quite a while ago that we've already, instead of the age of Pisces, had moved and worked with Pegasus when we expand the scope beyond the zodiacal constellations. All right. So if we move into Pegasus, this winged horse has been with us since 1925. Inspiration, a thundering, lightning, and the horse was said to, whenever it pushed its hoof down, it could make water or spring come forward. So interesting, being born of Neptune, yet flying in the air. And so that's why when we look at this constellation, it doesn't have its back legs and tail. It's because it's coming from the waters. And so this idea of the waves and Neptune's horses representing the waves, this is how Pegasus was born, again, with Medusa and Neptune, the slaying of Medusa's head by Perseus, the blood dropping to the water, and the horse springing forth, actually 2 horses springing forth. So here we see, I put in yellow dots, if you look carefully at this image, of the saddle of the horse. These are markers in the heavens to help you find out, where is Pegasus? In the northern sky, where is it today? And the star Kerb, Kerb, again, was carrying that 0 degrees Aries point. Then when we hit 2045, this is according to Astrology King, and I know the debate is up on exactly when and the scope, but let's say the window for the beautiful star Shiat, it's Shiat, is basically carrying, it's the Beta Pegasus star, so that's the second brightest star typically in a constellation. This star is carrying, or will carry in 2045. Some say it's already carrying it now. But if you want to see more, here's a little bit more of the stars in the heavens with Pegasus before it moves into Aquarius, right? So the age of Aquarius, we've got the horse between the fish and the Aquarian water bearer. All right, so where is Kerb? Kerb is at 1 degrees Aries, 3 minutes in the year 2000. Today, let's say 2000 to, the year 2000, Shiat was at 29 degrees Pisces, 23 minutes. I believe today in 2026 that it's still at a 29 degrees Pisces point, but by the year 2050, it will hit the 0 degrees Aries, 4 minutes. Pegasus with the beautiful star Shiat. And I put this purple arrow to show you where it's landing. So when you study the constellation of the stars, the location on, if it's an animal figure or a human figure, often helps you tell a little bit more about what that star's energy is about. And Shiat is part of the upper, what is that? The left foot or left, how do you say it? The left foot of the horse. So speed, agility, flight, the 0 degrees Aries is coming, but it's still at that last 29 degrees Pisces. So isn't it interesting? Neptune to air. It's a perfect analogy for Pegasus, born of the father Neptune, moved into the air, the winged horse. It's not the water horse, right? It's the one that took flight and inspired. But this is where I'd like to talk again. I began at the beginning and now here we're at the middle. This idea of the bringers of light, where air and fire, the 2 modalities working together to really bring forward this amazing blaze of potential inspiration and light in 2026. For me, this is holy fire. These 2 archetypes of Pegasus and the year of the fire horse, it's all about freedom and power. You remember Pegasus shares a star with Andromeda, and that is all about freedom before oxygen. So the chained princess, Andromeda, must be free. So some of that divine feminine and freedom with Pegasus is part of this bringing of the light. Also, these ignition points, you're going to hear from many of my colleagues in the Quantum Soul Guidance Summit here in 2026. There is so much to talk about. I, as a painter, just tuned into this idea of what do the horses mean? And what is this holy blaze? And so that's why that I began with Matthias Grunewald and that Isenheim altarpiece of like the resurrected Christ. And I'm saying Christ not from a theological perspective, but as the archetype of follow me. This is what you too can, embrace your own inner divinity and become fully in spirit, inspired. All right, let's talk about that year of the fire horse on 17th of February, 2026. So next month, it'll go through March 3rd, which is the Lantern Festival. So the Lunar New Year is like when spring begins, and it's usually starts on the second new moon of, let's say, our Gregorian calendar after the winter solstice. So they mark the winter solstice, they count 2 second moons, and that is when the Lunar New Year begins. It has a changing date depending on when the dates on the calendar happen. So you see, I don't know, you can look into the mythology of what is it with the 12 zodiacs of the lunar year. So this previous year in 2025, 2026 now, until February 17th, we've been working with the energy of the wood snake. So the snake energy, for me, that held the divine feminine and wood being of nature. So Mother Earth and the divine feminine. The fire horse, however, it's like it's a herd. It's not a singular one, but it's like, let's blaze together as a herd of horses. If you want to know, were you born in the year of another fire horse? The previous date was January 21st, 1966. So that whole year, starting January 21st, 1966, you could be a fire horse. And so here's a little graphic that shows you basically the years, but the actual start date, you have to almost look at when was the winter solstice and count 2 new moons later. Okay. Now I'm finally having fun bringing together the astrology for that new year. And here in the Pacific Standard Time, I'm based in California. The Lunar New Year, I was able to get it at 3:15 a.m. when the sun and the moon both hit basically 28 degrees of Aquarius. So interesting, right? The water bearer and the beautiful Lunar New Year. So that's how we see where we are, and look at the lineup. The lineup is pretty astonishing. Now, I know Pam Gregory likes to add in Sedna and a few of the other Kuiper Belt objects, but I know that some of my other colleagues will be perhaps talking about that in their presentations. For me, I thought I would just really keep it simple, but you can see this whole it's basically all of these planets coming together. They're moving and changing into new signs. Things are just rather auspicious, but our 0 degrees Aries point, look at that. Saturn and Neptune, 0 degrees of Aries on the 17th of February, along with the Lunar New Year. So Neptune, god of the ocean, of creation, of water, he's really coming up. You see that whole connection with Pegasus, Neptune, Bellerophon, and now here working with the 0 degrees Aries point. For me, I'm just going to pause for a moment. And when I tune into what does that marker mean? For me, it feels like Neptune, cosmic love, higher Christ consciousness, working with Saturn, time, dreaming in a new timeline, starting with the new start codon and, let's say, gene keys methodology. Like, let's get things moving and igniting and working with, let's say, a fire horse. So if you would like to get your free, it's a mini galactic astrology report and chart, you can visit Julia's site at galacticastrochart.com, or you can visit her at juliabalaz.com and find your way to the free calculator. So this is a graphic I pulled as a practitioner from her calculator. And you can see I've put a little red arrow to where Pegasus's beautiful star, Shiat, is just right there at the 0 degrees Aries point of 29 degrees, 44 minutes on February 17th. So we've got about a month, right, to get ready for this an additional ignition point. So I wanted to show that. And it's interesting how the stories of the stars, there's one predominant theme coming in, and that's where I put these little glyphs. We've got Pegasus, with the star Shiat. We have Algol carrying in the Perseus constellation the head of Medusa, right? The mother of Pegasus, the transformation. It's all about, when people saw her, they would turn to stone. There's something that's going to be transforming us once we're like in one form, and then we'll move to the next suddenly. So we've got Algol working with Uranus. Don't look at the house position necessarily or the ascendant, because this is a chart I created just for my California time. So we're really tuning in onto the moment of February 17th. At the top of the chart, we have Alphard in the large constellation of Hydra, the water snake. This star is going to be exactly opposite our sun and moon. It'll be opposite, creating this beautiful axis or portal. And so what does it mean? This is the ancient divine feminine wanting to come back more so online with this PowerPoint, working with the fire horse. So if you thought you've been doing your divine feminine masculine rebalancing, there's another level of experience is what it feels like. We also, if we continue around the wheel, we've got a centaur, Chiron, some say, working with Beta Centauri Hadar, conjoining Lilith at the time of this new year. Yes, the priestly centaur, the one that is teaching, working with the dark shades and shadows of Lilith. So from the shadows comes the healing point, is what it feels like to me. And then if you keep going around the circle, we do have Jupiter's eagle, Altair, working or lighting up the constellation of Aquila and conjoining basically in aspect to Pluto. So as we transform and go into our deep, deep, deep self, like the toroid, the further we go in, deep, 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 into basically the levels of hell, Hades, the things that we don't want to see, we've got Jupiter's eagle, the light and the air coming back online. So it is auspicious. We hold this gently, but it's like, tell us the story for this now moment. The last star, just briefly, is Achernar. Achernar is sitting and conjoining. Let's see, it looks like, conjunct right next to Mercury. So our conversations, our thinking is all about how to hold this beautiful river at the end of the river, how to work with crises, how to be ready for the unexpected, how to be ready for that constant flow of change. So let's see if we can put all the tea leaves together. I'm going to go around the wheel, starting with Pegasus. On the 17th of February, 2026, basically around 3:15 in the morning, Pacific Standard, the beautiful winged horse who carries the lightning bolts of Zeus will basically offer us an opportunity, if we're ready, to ride Pegasus and ascend to other realms beyond that which we know on Earth. And we're blessed by Pegasus's mother, Medusa, in her transformed state. Yes, thank you with all the serpent hair. That's what I used to be afraid of, and it no longer freezes me. I'm able to work with, okay, recognizing the trauma and blessing it and letting it move through me. And that idea of the snake energy, the divine feminine. Yes, thank you, Alphard, for bringing you're like one of the oldest, well, the oldest and biggest constellations in the sky, Hydra, working with the star that stands alone. So it's in the darkest part of the night sky is Alphard. It's okay. We have to do this work, internally and by ourselves, but then we come out and we work through the toroid and we bless it with, let's say, Chiron's work. We've gone deep into the shadow, and we can call upon Altair, the eagle of Jupiter, to help us move through the energies and ascend and receive our rightful place. Once we sit at our rightful place, some say sovereignty, some say sit on your throne of self-knowing. Once we sit well within ourselves, when the river of Eridanus brings us that star Achernar, we'll be talking and helping support others who might need a little help balancing in the frenetic energies. So the Lunar New Year, several of the cosmic alliances that you may want to consider meditating with or tuning into and seeing how it relates on your own personal chart. Here I've created, again, this is a chart cast for February 17th, 2026. And the key star players for this moment that will guide us in the new year include Algol. This is the head of Medusa in Perseus constellation. And Algol will be conjunct Uranus in Taurus. So Algol is at 26 degrees, 32 minutes. And Uranus in Taurus will be at 27 degrees, 32 minutes. So this idea that it's basically 1 degree orb of a conjunction, so pretty tight. And when we're working with those outer planets like Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, think about, from our perspective on Earth, how far out these planets are, and to be 1 degree orb of conjunction, that's pretty strong of a marker. So what does it mean? So Taurus representing the Earth, Uranus, this electric air energy. So Earth changes suddenly, but with Algol, yes, as Pam Gregory mentions, people will be losing their heads. And in that sense, I think about the brain, the left and right hemispheres. And so if we're going to lose our heads, I would say that the overemphasis on the left brain is going to take backseat to now this right brain of the receptive yin energy. So yin yang, feminine, masculine. I think we're going to try and move much more into receptivity as we learn how to navigate in quantum off the linear timeline. Okay, so Algol in Perseus constellation, her transformation required the masculine act of cutting something off. And so it's this physical act of like, what needs to be cut off? What cords, what thinking, what patterns of obsessive thinking do I want to just cut off? And instead, as we greet 2026, how will we sit in receptivity more so and tune in to that which wants to come through? All right. So that's Algol. The next batter up for our cosmic play in the new year would be again Pegasus. So born of Medusa and sired by Neptune, god of the sea, springs forth from the blood, from the terror of comes this beautiful horse. Actually, again, there were 2 horses, but we focus on Pegasus and what the star means. This star, Shiat, holding the 0 degrees Aries point, the creator point, with Saturn and Neptune. It's remarkable. I'll read to you the Saturn will be at 0 degrees 22 minutes, and Shiat will be at 29 degrees 44 minutes of Pisces. So that's a 0 degrees 38 minute orb for Saturn working with Shiat. Neptune at this moment will be at 0 degrees 38 minutes of Aries. My goodness. So it's 54 minutes in conjunction with Shiat. It's so powerful, so close. So let's tune in and receive on the feminine right side of the brain, the receptivity of this powerful star Shiat in the leg of the horse. You know, this multidimensional magical horse of inspiration who can, with the foot, pound the earth and up comes water, the springs of innovation. In fact, those springs carry the muses of inspiration. There's 9 muses, so they're connected to this beautiful horse. So let's see, Saturn, structure and time, Neptune, king of the sea. Yeah, it feels like there's family issues that are going to come to light to be resolved. This idea of Neptune and Saturn, Chronos, time will change. Our way of seeing time and being in time will change, but the workings with the creative function of Neptune and the cosmic, loving, heart-centered space. So we greet the new through our heart chakra. The third key player in these cosmic alliances for the lunar new year is Altair in the constellation of Aquila. So Aquila is the eagle, Jupiter's eagle. So we're talking about flight and the highest levels of Mount Olympus with this idea of the king of Mount Olympus, the top ruler of Olympus, conjoining with Pluto in Aquarius. Well, let me give you those dates or those orbs. Pluto in Aquarius will be at 4 degrees, 12 minutes. And there's a 2 degree, 4-minute conjunction with Altair. So a little wider orb, but still the potency is there. This eagle flying in. So if Pegasus carries Zeus or Jupiter's lightning bolts, and the eagle carries the messages from the gods, when we go deep, deep in with Pluto into the deep inner realms, working with Pluto and the Aquarian, you know, transformation, energetically, genius-like new innovations, huge spiritual, cosmic, celestial downloads are potentially available to all of us with the fire horse energy. In case you're wondering, if you're like me and you like to see the data, this is a chart pulled from Julia Balaz and the Quantum Soul Guidance Calculator at galacticastrochart.com. This is way more information than you probably want, but it helps to underscore that it's not just those 3 players. There's so much more happening in the celestial heavens to support each of us. There's the super galactic center. There's just tons of very potent connections. Who is working with Jupiter? Well, we've got Sirius A, B, and C, right? That connection to the pyramids of Giza, to this high intellect, Jupiter in Cancer in the 10th house. So again, we're working with metaphor and story. And I almost didn't want to show you this chart, but I thought for those of you who are interested, there is more than you can imagine available to us. And I see these soul connection points as not what's stronger, what's weaker, but it's all part of the fabric of this now moment. And when you actually get to see your own chart by having a reading or learning to take a free report from the calculator, it's like, wow, I finally get to understand where I've been, who's here to help me, and where am I going, and who wants to come with me? So all those questions kind of come up during this pivotal time of the fire horse and working with Pegasus. So here's the star Merkaba. I've done this before in class, where we put our baby self or our young child self in the center, and then we call in 12 points of light who will assist us in this new year. So I'm happy to meet with 33 of you, 33 being the master number of the cosmic Christ consciousness. So I'm embracing Neptune. Here's something that I created. I found images with the help of Google Image, but this template was created by a wonderful quantum soul guidance colleague, Kelly Brett, and we just kind of evolved and worked together to put together a format or a template so I could gaze and meditate upon my 12 helpers for the year. And again, I'm at the center as the 13th, and then there's 12 around me. So if this is something that you're interested in doing, a little art project where I'll guide you to discover 12 guides that are at a celestial point. You may already know 6 of them. You might work with ascended masters or angelic realms or other. If you want to know some of your star families, conjunctions, or oppositions, by sharing your birth information with me, I'll call up a chart and we'll go ahead and identify some for you to play with in this beautiful energy of 2026. I think that there is this moment now where more and more we're coming online with more senses than our 5, taste, smell, touch, visual, etc. That we're, as we move into with these galactic energetics, the potential for contact is here, and contact usually begins in our dream time. So if you already are sensing and feeling and knowing more, it's so important to ground ourselves with Mother Earth, ground ourselves in a meditation or a daily practice of silence, of going inward with prayer. I do want to give a shout out to my friend, Alan Steinfeld. He brought a group of us through an advanced remote viewing class through the Shift Network. And in the 12 classes of advanced remote viewing, it wasn't about what did you see, but it was more about creating a small group that could help me validate my intuitive knowing and sensing. In other words, when we focused on a target, I could see that my way of seeing things without my eyes was much more in the symbolic, archetypal, energetic of the core essence of an object or a place or a person. So I just love the Sabian symbols. And so this kind of helped me see that my love for what I typically pick up and feed on helps me see this is what's going to be growing in me in the year 2026. And that's where I want to end. Yes, the remembering ancient codes and cosmic currents, guiding each of us as we embrace ourselves as the new human. And once we do that, we form these little constellations or small hubs with like-hearted other souls. So I want to encourage you to find a small group that is heart-based, that feels like the same frequency as you, because it's not just about the singular human, but this constellation and these various pods that then form a greater solar light logos, so it's this lighting up ourselves, one another, humanity, and then the collective, that then Gaia then steps in and receives her rightful place within the cosmos at the center of our hearts. So if you're ready to remember, if you're ready to understand what you are as a multidimensional being, and if you want to chart a course for this next 12 months in the Lunar New Year, join me. You can also find me on my YouTube channel, The Ascension Playground, where I talk about all things galactic, astrological, and metaphysical to help each of us lighten up. Take care, everybody, and thank you so much for this opportunity to be part of the 2026 Global Summit.
As speaker number 2 of day 1, I'm delighted to introduce Ulrika Sullivan, a deeply valued contributor to the Galactic Astrology YouTube channel and a consistent source of thoughtful, rich content across her own platforms too. Ulrika's journey bridges science and intuition in a way that is both rare and deeply grounding. As a former scientist, she brings clarity, structure, and discernment into her intuitive work, creating a natural bridge between logic and cosmic awareness. Over time, Ulrika felt called beyond purely mental frameworks and into a more embodied, heart-led way of living. So today she supports others in reconnecting with their multidimensional nature, soul journey, and galactic blueprint, not as abstract concepts, but as lived experiences. Her work gently guides people out of constant mental striving and into a more aligned, present, and intuitive relationship with life. Ulrika's teachings are especially resonant in this Aquarian era, where integration of intellect and intuition becomes essential. Please join me in welcoming Ulrika Sullivan as she helps illuminate key Aquarian signatures shaping the energetic landscape of early 2026. Welcome, Ulrika.
Thank you, Julia, for the invitation to contribute to this Quantum Soul Guidance 2026 Summit. I'm very honored to be here. I'm Ulrika Sullivan. I'm an intuitive spiritual life coach and galactic astrologer. I got certified in Julia's program in 2022. My passion is to guide us through the consciousness evolution and our expansion into relating to our multidimensional self. And if you're here, you're likely on that path too. My presentation, Doorway to Aquarian Age, is taking a look at some galactic astrology of 2026, particularly the month of January, because right now in January, we have a significant energy shift by personal planets moving into Aquarius, all in the window of 2 weeks. And we're basically right there right now. So I thought it would be important to highlight some insights about this to kick us off in the new year. This presentation is one of the 6 presentations that I offer in my 2026 Galactic Astrology program that is available now. And as a freebie here today at this summit, I'm giving a coupon code for 50% off the main program. So if you're curious to take part in additional insights here for 2026, go check out that program. So my presentation is going to be in 2 parts. The first part is look at the year 2026 solar return. And because we have a 111, as you may know, 2026 is the year 1. So 1st of January 2026 is number 111. So I thought this is a sign from the universe to take a look at the energies of the January 1st chart. And then after that, we'll take a look at the ingress of all the personal planets in January to the sign of Aquarius. All right, let's start the presentation. Hello, welcome. I'm so happy you're here. We are going to take a look at the doorway to the Aquarian age. And right out the gate of 2026, we have some significant energies related to personal planets. So what we're going to do is to take a look at the energy signature of 2026 through the lens of a solar return type of chart of January 1st, 2026 to kick it off, because I like to look at the energy signature of solar returns often gives a hint of what's the character of that year that it's going to be. So the birth of 2026. So we're going to take a look at the chart for that first. And then I'm going to give you some significant dates and charts and milestones for this doorway to the Aquarian age. Because what we know about January 2026, that it's a personal one. It's a significant influence on our personal charts, our personal energy. And the reason I'm saying that is that all the personal planets will enter Aquarius, the sign of Aquarius, within 5 days window in January 2026. And we're going to dive deep into that because it will influence all of us and how we can work with this energy, and also some tips and questions around how we can work with this energy. Ultimately, I feel that this doorway to the Aquarian age is very much a cracking of the vessel, cracking of our connection to the higher frequencies, the higher consciousness coming in with what we call the Aquarian age. And January 2026 is a door opener for that. And we'll dive into that in much more detail in this video. And first, we're going to take a look at the solar return of 2026. And for those of you who haven't used the solar return view of your chart, a solar return gives us the short-term energy from our birthday to our next birthday. And for, of course, if you want to look at, like me, for a year, you put the birthday to January 1st at midnight, right, when we first enter the year. But for you, it is your birthday, and there is a chart that can be retrieved for the specific year, for example, 2026 to 2027. And the solar return is the chart that can be combined and looked upon in combination with your birth chart to see what the influence on you will be through the lens of astrology and galactic astrology for the next 12 months following your birthday. Let's dive into 2026 and the solar return energy and see what we can find out from that. Before I show you the chart, let's take a look at this beautiful doorway. I thought it was a great symbolism here of January 2026 with this opening of energy that is influencing us on a personal level. The month of January 2026 is a personal one. We will all feel this energy differently, but it's for sure going to highlight something that is unique to us, because all the personal planets are entering the sign of Aquarius within a window of 5 days. And it's also very important to know that it also has a collective influence, because all the activity in Capricorn that I'm going to show you in the chart next is also connected to the Lyra Ring Nebula at 20 degrees of Capricorn, which is also linked into our collective human galactic heritage. So we are encouraged to reflect upon over the new year and into early January where we came from, expand our perspective of what that means. Because as the personal planets are entering Aquarius, there will be a shower of energy, of Aquarian energy that's coming through us or at us that is also a signature for the future. And in this process, we also will have the personal planets in opposition to Jupiter in Cancer. So there is an opposition that's calling to gain balance, the expansion of our perspective. I see this axis of Capricorn and Cancer very much related to our human galactic heritage, with Sirius in Cancer, for example, and the Lyra constellation encompassing largely the Capricorn sign. So this is also a reminder. It's a historic time for humanity, it leading up to the ingress of the personal planets into Aquarius. So let's kick off with the solar return of 2026. So here we have the solar return chart for 2026, a year 2026. And as you can see, I've set it to 1st of January 2026 at midnight. And first of all, ignore the angles. So the MC, AC, DC, and IC, because I set this chart to Boston, Massachusetts. So it will be different. The clock face will be different depending on where you are. But we're going to take a look at the energy signature in terms of aspects here within this chart. So year 2026 will be influenced still by that famous minor grand trine that we have been following for a long time. And if you're new to my work, I just wanted to mention that I'm using a orb of 3 degrees when I look at charts. And also for fixed stars, it's often between 1 to 2 degrees orb that I'm using. This also will be applied galactic points. I'm using an orb up to 5 degrees often. So that's good to know. In 2026, we will still be influenced by this famous minor grand trine that we have between the outer planets of Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. And in the solar return chart for 2026, Uranus is in retrograde at 27 degrees of Taurus, conjunct Perseus Algol at 26 degrees of Taurus. So we're going to talk about each of these and what I see are representative of that energy. And the other components of the minor grand trine are Neptune here at 29 degrees of Pisces, direct, conjunct Pegasus sheet, and also Pluto direct at 2 degrees of Aquarius, conjunct Aquila Altair. We will notice that primarily Uranus in retrograde there, conjunct Perseus Algol, may represent this continued work that we do to shift from our logical-based mind frequency to our heart frequency. That shift is a continuous work because Perseus Algol often represent this release, or the Perseus chopping the head of Medusa is symbolic of a need to release our mind and let the mind sit in the back seat and let the heart and our intuition lead. So in 2026, I see this shift being highlighted through this Uranus retrograde conjunct Perseus Algol. And then we have Neptune at 29 degrees of Pisces, conjunct Pegasus sheet at 29 degrees of Pisces. This is a culmination of some sort in this year, 2026. The degree 29 often stands for some sort of completion or culmination of a cycle. And particularly Neptune there at 29 degrees of Pisces, conjunct Pegasus sheet of liberation. And that suggests there's some culmination or a truth revealed that is unseen. The 29 degree of Pisces is the culmination of the entire zodiac. It's the last degree of the zodiac, which encompass the entire universal wisdom, really. So there may be reveal of universal wisdom in some form, or we as a collective will be served a universal truth this year, or have some sort of breakthrough on this front. Pluto direct conjunct Aquila Altair, we are very familiar with from 2025. And Aquila Altair being the eagle's perspective, a very big perspective that Pluto is helping us to transform and connect us with permanently. So yes, that persists. And this is a significant energy signature that is part of the 2026 overall energies. What else do we have here? Well, we have Jupiter at 21 degrees of Cancer there in square with Chiron in retrograde. Both Jupiter and Chiron are, in fact, in retrograde. And this square is suggesting a continued inner growth, inner expansion. It's an invitation for us to expand our inner understanding of our pain points or our healing opportunity, I should say, because Chiron in Aries there at 22 degrees, which is a master number, is calling us to that self-mastery, while the square to Jupiter in retrograde at 21 degrees of Cancer is very much linked into that expansion of our inner interior. Cancer is our innermost self. It's the representative of the fourth house, which is very much the innermost self, if you will. So we are on a continuous journey to come into contact, expand our inner landscape, to come in more connection with what we are here to transmute from lower frequency to higher frequency. And if we look really closely, we have a grand cross with Virgo Spica and Lyra Ring Nebula. Virgo Spica at 23 degrees of Libra, and Lyra Ring Nebula at 20 degrees of Capricorn there. This forms a powerful grand cross with Jupiter in retrograde and Chiron in Aries there in retrograde. And what this suggests is that Virgo Spica is associated with beauty and integration of wholeness, of oneness. And the Lyra Ring Nebula, as we know, we link into kind of our collective human galactic heritage. So the direction here is to allow that inner beauty to step forward, because our collective, our human collective, is ready for greater inner abundance. And that might be an energy that we are working on continuously in 2026 to allow that transmutation or integration beyond polarity. And we also take a look at the moon placement in the solar return. And here we have a moon at 9 degrees of Gemini conjunct the Hyades star cluster, which is a very powerful and exciting placement for a moon in a solar return chart, because that gives the signature of connection with life force as a signature for the entire year. And the Hyades star cluster is between 8 and 10 degrees of Gemini. And if we follow the green dotted line there, a quincunx to Venus at 9 degrees of Capricorn. And we have a lot of things in Capricorn that we're going to talk about in a second here. But that quincunx from the moon to particularly Venus at 9 degrees of Capricorn is interesting, because we have also 2 dwarf planets from the Kuiper belt in Capricorn. Quaoar there at 11 degrees of Capricorn and Ixion at 7 degrees of Capricorn, surrounding Venus. And we have the Sun, Mercury, and we have the Sun and Mars also in Capricorn. This is a quincunx that suggests that we are a work in progress to connect more with our own life force and what that means. And particularly that quincunx is guiding us to keep going. So what this video really is about is the activity there in Capricorn. Ixion, Venus, Sun, Quaoar, and Mars. That's a powerful cluster of personal planets and dwarf planets, and the Sun in the mix there, that will have a significant influence on us beginning of the year here in 2026. So as you can see, the chart for 2026 solar return is a significant emphasis on our process towards higher consciousness, our process towards connecting with higher frequency. And this minor grand trine is suggesting to us in 2026 that the focus likely will be on that shift from mind to heart frequency and what that means for us. And also the focus on expanding inner abundance to be able to see a bigger picture beyond polarity. So now let's dive into the specifics of this video, this doorway to the Aquarian age next. So I'm going to give you the key messages up front, and then we'll get into the details. So as we saw in the solar return chart of January 1st, we can see that the overall energy signature for 2026 includes a release of truth that reveals a higher universal perspective and hope for the future. And this is the combination of the minor grand trine that we talked about, and also the square between Jupiter and Chiron, along with the activity in a Capricorn leading up to this doorway. And this is a signature of 2026. So we will be working on connecting with life force, that moon placement, continuously in relation to all the placements in Capricorn as an energy signature, if we look at it that way, for 2026. In 2026, we're invited to expand our integration to wholeness and envision a reality beyond polarity. Yeah, so this is the Grand Cross energy that I interpret this way, with Virgo Spica and Lyra Ring Nebula active together with Chiron and Jupiter in retrograde. And that Grand Cross energy is harmony because it comprises of 4 squares, but it's harmonious. And a Grand Cross, the way I interpret it, is often an opportunity for expansion beyond our comfort zone. So that Grand Cross may be an invitation to expand and integrate further, to allow more inner abundance to rise. And as mentioned, 2026 gives an opportunity to connect deeper with life force, and we are invited to continue work with energy and frequency in our own unique way. And lastly, 2026, January, the month of January, is deeply personal, and we are entering an Aquarian shower, as I call it, of energies, which will show us visions about the future in our own unique personal way. And I can't wait to dive into the details next. So we're going to take a look at both slides like this and charts as example of the energy that I'm talking about. But if we go first to this list of dates, the galactic alignments that are highlighted in January 2026 is that Lyra Ring Nebula at 20 degrees of Capricorn, and also Lyra Aladfar at 0 degrees of Aquarius. And so those are the galactic alignments that we're talking about throughout this video, amongst others, but this is what we're focusing on. And some key dates in January 2026. I'm going to go through this list, and maybe you want to screenshot this list or write them down. It's good to have it, but it also builds up the story for what we're going to take a look at next in the charts. First, we have a block of dates between January 9th to January 14th, where all the personal planets, Venus, Mars, Mercury, and the Sun, is going to conjunct the Lyra Ring Nebula in opposition with Jupiter in retrograde at 20 degrees of Cancer. On January 9th, Venus will be at 20 degrees of Capricorn conjunct the Lyra Ring Nebula in opposition with Jupiter retrograde there at 20 degrees of Cancer. And then on the 10th, January 10th, both Sun and Mars will oppose Jupiter. And then on January 14th, Mercury will oppose Jupiter. So within the window of January 9th to January 14th, this is a reminder of this expansion that we have available to us, where we can transmute and expand our inner landscape, inner abundance, to go beyond polarity, basically. And the reason I'm saying that is the Lyra Ring Nebula also is associated with visionary energy and going beyond what we currently have. for example, polarity. So this is a reminder that our inner expansion is important, and it will, during this period of time, play out or feel or be experienced in a different way for all of us. But this week, there 9th to the 14th of January, very powerful reminder of what the opportunity actually is. And then we have a little pause until January 17th. And here we have the parade of ingresses to Aquarius that starts off with Venus at 0 degree of Aquarius on January 17th. We have then the Capricorn new moon at 28 degrees of Capricorn on January 8th. And that's the chart we're going to take a look at because I feel it's representative of this energy. And then Sun is ingressing to Aquarius on January 19th. Mercury will enter Aquarius on January 20th. And January 23rd, Mars will be entering Aquarius. So, wow. January 2026, we're kicking off the year with a bang, and it's deeply, deeply personal. And as you can see, we are first getting to be shown what the opportunity is, that opposition, Lyra Ring Nebula conjunction with the opposition with Jupiter retrograde. And this is a showing of what the opportunity is, in my opinion. And then we move later in the month into the one by one ingresses into Aquarius here. Yeah, this is a milestone, a marker of universal energies showing us what it may mean to enter the Aquarian age and Aquarian energies. And it may look different for each one of us, but it's clear that it's going to be deeply personal. So next, let's take a look at the Capricorn new moon chart on January 18th. So here we have the Capricorn new moon chart, and that's cast for January 18th. And I feel this is representative of what's taking place in January. So the new moon will be at 28 degrees of Capricorn. So still Sun, Mercury, and Mars will have to do their ingress to Aquarius. But the highlight on the Lyra Ring Nebula is significant because of the opposition there to Jupiter at 18, almost 19 degrees of Cancer. And the Lyra Ring Nebula is at 20 degrees of Capricorn. But it's a very distinctive energy here, highlighting the minor grand trine that we can clearly see in this chart, but also the T-square between Chiron, Jupiter, and also the Lyra Ring Nebula there. This is really the summary of what we talked about in the introduction to this video, the key messages really here. So the Lyra Ring Nebula is a powerful connection and energy that will be influencing us in January 2026 and beyond. And take a look at this beautiful eye representing the Lyra Ring Nebula. It's taken by, I believe, the Hubble scope there, but it's Lyra Ring Nebula M57 is representing the potential we have as humanity to evolve. And it harbors our potential. And we are asked in January 2026 to dive deeper into what we believe is possible and not, and that evolution is happening within, with Jupiter in retrograde there. Lyra Ring Nebula is inviting us to expand our inner resources so that we can connect with our really where we came from, our heritage, but also clear out any limitations that we have placed on ourselves. So the Lyra Ring Nebula is really the seed for the future that so many souls in human form are connected to. If you have galactic alignments to the Lyra Ring Nebula specifically, you may also feel very personally activated around that time because we are also reminded of that potential through the T-square with Chiron and Jupiter there. So it's related likely to a unrealized potential that many of us have. We have Lyra constellation and the Lyra ring nebula in many, many charts I've looked at. So it's part of the collective, part of the individual expression, of course, but it's a signature energy at the beginning of 2026 here that's worth mentioning and tapping into, because we are at the doorway of the Aquarian age, literally. I also want to highlight Lyra Alatfar at 0 degree of Aquarius, because Lyra Far is also a significant influence as we are experiencing all the personal planets conjuncting this point. And here we have Lyra Alatfar. And I want to mention that Lyra Alatfar is a connection into the Aquarian age. And why I say that is that Lyra Alatfar is associated with that yearning for peace, but also high frequency communication. And I put in a dolphin here because I think it really represents this evolution that we're in, where we are one with the elements, but also in harmony with communication and everything that's around us. Lyra Alatfar comes with a sense of liberation, and liberation from injustice particularly. And that's why that 0 degree of Aquarius point is new beginning. 0 degree in astrology is very much a new beginning. So Lyra Alatfar is very much a representative of that new step, new fresh energy that represents the Aquarian age. So later in January, we have the doorway to the Aquarian age here. And I've pulled a chart for 23rd of January, which represents Mars's ingress to Aquarius as the last personal planet to do so. And as you can see, there's a massive activity there in Aquarius as part of this chart, still anchored here by Mars at 0 degree of Aquarius. We have Saturn, Neptune, and Moon also on this day at 28, 29, 27 degrees of Pisces, and Uranus conjunct Perseus Algol still at 27 degrees of Taurus. So we can see the prominence of this anchor at 0 and early degrees of Aquarius and the importance of that to make this mark in the universal energy as the doorway into the Aquarian energy. And I was curious, what other celestial bodies are in Aquarius at this same time as all the personal planets? So I took a look and I found that in addition to Mars, Pluto, Mercury, we have Vesta at 6 degrees of Aquarius. We have Atlantis, the asteroid Atlantis, at 6 degrees of Aquarius as well. And Venus, of course. Cherryclow, asteroid Cherryclow, is at 20 degrees of Aquarius, and asteroid Pallas is at 29 degrees of Aquarius. So that is also giving us a clue to the characteristics of this doorway to the Aquarian age. And we're going to dive into Vesta, Atlantis, Cherryclow, and Pallas next to just add to this energy signature. So we're adding to the picture here with the personal planets now all in Aquarius. We also have Vesta, Pallas, Atlantis, and Cherryclow in Aquarius. So what does that add to the energy signature? Vesta, we know, is the master of inner glow, inner abundance. So there is clearly guidance from Vesta to harness this inner glow, this inner passion that we are here to draw from. We also have Pallas, which is a beautiful energy of balance, of wisdom, a combination of intellect and skill and intuitive guidance. So Pallas's clarity is also a significant addition to the energy signature here to consider. And then we have asteroid Atlantis. So here we're also working with ancient wisdom, and the call to expand our inner landscape to connect with ancient wisdom within ourselves is clear with Atlantis in Aquarius here. during this important time. And we also have Cheriklo. Cheriklo is said to be working alongside Vesta and Pallas in myth. And Cheriklo is the wife of Chiron. She is also a shaman. So Cheriklo's energy is also linked into water element and the intuitive properties of wisdom. So all of this taken together, it might be good to kind of, okay, what does that mean to me? And this energy, archetypal energy of the Aquarian age, we may glean some hints of that through looking at what's combined now, personal planets, this set of asteroids and energies that we are presented with here in January 2026. As I mentioned in the beginning, we are in a historic period of time, and January 2026 is clearly a stamp in the universe. And when I tune into this, it's very much a call for our personal evolution. Each individual has a call, and we are asked to go deeper with that specific call now, because we're also going beyond our comfort zone. That's clear. So there is an energy here of now or never, in a way. It feels like that because there is some sort of milestone that we are going through as humanity at this time in January to prepare us for what's to come later in the year and beyond. And it's really important that we can be resourceful, have our boundaries at the same time expanding at the same time. So it will require us to keep our feet on the ground as we expand and reach for expanded views and perspectives beyond what we have ever thought of before or experienced before. But it's also this reminder of where we came from. That is an important message here in the energies as I read it. It's a reminder of where we came from and appreciating that. This doorway that we have presented for us is opening clearly in January 2026. We're in it. We're standing on the threshold, and and each one of us is having a moment to ourselves in terms of what that means, because it is deeply personal here, the month of January. So let's dive into some questions to work with for January 2026. So here are some questions that you can work with should you want to integrate this energy some more of the doorway to the Aquarian age. The first question here is, where is the Capricorn and Aquarius cusp in your chart? And I'm referring to the 0 degree of Aquarius point. And what house do you have this point in? Because it will give you some guidance on perhaps what area of life you have this doorway opening up for you. And if you have any personal planets at 0 degree, you will be additionally influenced by this doorway. And it doesn't have to be exactly at 0 degree. So I would recommend to use a 3 degree orb to look at these early degrees of a sign, because the cusp here is going to be important, and what types of aspects you may have either to personal planets or other planets and angles in your own chart. The second question is that call from Lyra Ring Nebula to remember where we came from, our heritage in our soul journey, our galactic heritage, for example. And what are some of the patterns and gifts? Low and high frequency patterns may be seen sometimes as things that we hold on to that we may need to let go of, and it may be considered lower frequency, while our gifts, things that are coming to us naturally that we are discovering, are of higher frequency. So think about it that way, but it doesn't have to be. And what are those things that are related to your soul journey, the wisdom that your soul have gathered along your journey so far? And the third question is, you may need to sit with a little bit. What does this threshold mean to you? This cusp, this entry of the personal planets in transit to Aquarius. What does it mean to you this January 2026? And we didn't talk much about the dwarf planets Ixion and Quawar, but I have included a question here. How do you create more space to elevate on your unique path? Because Ixion is the dwarf planet that's associated with seeking consciousness. And Ixion is the brother of Pluto, and there's a transformational energy to Ixion. So we are also encouraged here to create more space so that we can open up that path to our unique soul journey and walk it. And also, Quawar is in the mix here as well to open up to more joy for what's ahead this year, because Quawar is really inviting us to use joy and body movement, spiritual practice to tap into that universal flow more. So we know that as part of our heritage, we have been using those types of energies naturally in the past, and we're remembering them as we go through our journey here. So again, how can you create more space to elevate on your unique path, to open up to more joy for what's ahead this year? And the last question is, what are you stepping into the doorway here that feels new and futuristic and next level for you? And that is the doorway to the Aquarian age. January 2026 is a significant stamp of energy that we all will feel individually, and it has to do with our future energy, the Aquarian energy that we're stepping into. So this is exciting, I feel, because it's also a opening to the rest of the year. I hope you enjoyed this presentation. I'm Ulrika Sullivan. You can find me on my website, ulrikasullivan.com. Come join me on YouTube under my name, or on Instagram, or join us for the 2026 Galactic Astrology program. The coupon code you'll see in the details below this presentation, and you'll receive 50% off for the main program. The coupon code is valid until January 31st, 2026. So go grab that program. Thank you again for the opportunity to share this presentation with you. I hope you enjoyed it. Back to you, Julia. Bye.
It is my joy to introduce Taylor Ann Norris, a gifted healer, intuitive, and teacher whose work bridges Reiki, multidimensional astrology, and cosmic remembrance. Taylor is a Reiki master practitioner and teacher known for her deeply transformative channeled Reiki journeys. She brings a rare synthesis of energy work and star wisdom into everything she offers. Her astrological approach is expansive and grounded, integrating galactic astrology, fixed stars, evolutionary and humanistic astrology, esoteric and medical astrology, and Jyotish. This multidimensional lens allows her to meet each individual with depth, nuance, and profound soul awareness. One of Taylor's greatest gifts is her ability to weave advanced Reiki techniques with galactic insights. In her soul readings and teachings, she supports starseeds in healing, activation, and empowerment, helping them reconnect with their cosmic origins and embody their multidimensional nature more fully. Today, Taylor will share an expanded view of the ancient Jyotish science of light, exploring planetary color rays and associated chakras, and weaving this system together with galactic, planet, and star alignments. She will guide us through how we embody our natal blueprint while receiving ongoing transiting energies. And she will conclude with a Reiki invocation and guided experience to support alignment as we step into 2026. So please join me in welcoming Taylor Ann Norris to the Quantum Soul Guidance Summit 2026, a visionary healer helping us remember the cosmic truth of who we are. Welcome, Taylor.
Aloha, everybody. My name is Taylor Norris, and I'm a galactic astrologer and Reiki master, teacher, practitioner. I am so grateful to be a part of this event. Thank you so much, Julia, for co-creating and initiating this event. Thank you to all the other amazing speakers who are sharing their wisdom, their knowledge, their gifts and talents. I'm so grateful to be among the speakers in this event. And thank you so much to everyone who is tuning in to this event, co-creating, participating, exchanging energy here as we come together in this sacred circle. And I can really feel now the power, the strength, the vastness of this sacred circle and how important it is to be together at the beginning of 2026, really starting this year with integrity, with joy, with expanded consciousness, and welcoming in galactic consciousness and cosmic consciousness, remembering who we are, why we're here, and how very sacred and blessed this opportunity is to be on Earth now at this time. So without further ado, I will begin my presentation. Your body is the universe, mapping your multidimensional body. And your body is the universe is something that channeled through very strongly recently and is really guiding this presentation. I had planned to present on another topic, and this one just took over. So I'm really excited to share with you this information and then also an experience, because information is only powerful when we can really directly experience it and allow it to transform us and allow it to help us embody more of who we truly are. So here is the plan. Today we are going to combine and expand the ancient Jyotish science of light system of planetary cosmic color rays and the associated chakras with the wisdom of galactic astrology's planet star alignments to uncover how we embody our natal astrological blueprint and the transiting astrological energy. So this talk is very much geared towards understanding your natal astrology, but it also applies to the transits, to what all of the present day transiting planetary bodies and their zodiac signs and alignments and so on, the living sky right now as it is. The gift I am sharing is a PDF in which you can drop in your own natal alignments and see which stars you are embodying 365, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So all day, every day, your own natal star blueprint. And so it's really handy if you have your galactic astrology chart from galacticastrochart.com. And this will help you know what you're plugging into each chakra in your body. There will be a link where you can access this PDF, and I will show you more of like what that's going to actually look like. And then at the end, we are going to do an experience together. So a very, very special and powerful guided invocation where we consciously invoke the planetary cosmic color rays, the associated chakras, and the galactic alignments to actually embody the astrology, not just the astrology, but the galactic astrology, really, really expanding into who we truly are. And this realization that our bodies are the universe, how amazing is that? So this first slide here is the Jyotish science of light paradigm for understanding how we embody the astrology. So this is humbly taken from this very, very ancient system of understanding our relationship to the planets. So the ancient rishis of India were able to discern that each of the visible planets had a special cosmic color ray. Each ray was different, and they worked out this system for the visible planets. And as you can see on screen, I have added in Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. And then I've also added in where we might think about our embodiment of the north and south lunar nodes. So in explaining this system, I'm just going to walk you through it. And I'm also going to give the caveat that many different schools and branches of astrology assign different planets to different chakras. So this is an ancient system. It's very applicable to medical astrology, to really like physical astrology. You may hear other chakra and planet assignments in more psychological, more psycho-spiritual forms of astrology, more metaphysical streams of astrology. And I'm by no means like saying that this is the right way or the only way. This is one way, and this is just how we're going to work with it for the sake of this presentation. I like this system because it's very ancient and it's also very physical. And with this awareness of your body is the universe, this seems like a very good system for this particular intention. So how this works is that our sun is sending off incredible solar photons, and each of the planets in our solar system is absorbing these solar photons and shining these solar photons through their individual cosmic color rays. And so, for example, Mercury has the green cosmic color ray. Jupiter is the blue ray. Venus is the indigo ray. Saturn is the violet ray. The sun's ray is red. Mars has a yellow cosmic color ray. And the moon has an orange cosmic color ray. You'll also see that the south node of the moon has the infrared light ray that it transmits, and the north node of the moon has the ultraviolet light ray that it transmits. And so in our physical bodies, we have receiving sets in each of our chakras for the planetary cosmic color rays. And so this green light of Mercury is received in our crown chakras. This blue light of Jupiter is received in our third eye chakras. This indigo light of Venus is received in our throat chakras. The violet light of Saturn is received in our heart chakras. The red light of the sun is received in our solar plexus chakras. the yellow ray of Mars is received in our sacral chakras, and the orange ray of the moon is received in the root chakra. And I have seen the rulerships of the sacral and the root exchange so that Mars is the root and moon is the sacral. But again, for the sake of let's just use one system, we're going to do it this way. Now, I have plugged in that the north node of the moon we are receiving in our earth star chakra, because the north node of the moon is really like clipping us into this material reality, the physical world of the earth. And so I'm really tuning into that as like the deep, deep chakra beneath our feet that is connecting us to the heart of Gaia. The north node is like really interested in this earthly material plane being here physically. Whereas the south node of the moon is very spiritual, is very liberation oriented, is very more ephemeral and at the level of the soul and the non-physical reality, unseen realms. So I've correlated this with the soul star chakra, which is above our head. Likewise, I have added in the outer planets that are not commonly seen. Uranus, you can see at very specific times of the year, but most of the time we can't see Uranus. So I've added in Uranus to the crown chakra along with Mercury. I've added in Neptune, that we are receiving Neptune's cosmic color ray in our throat chakra along with Venus, that we receive Pluto's cosmic color ray in our sacral chakra along with Mars. And there is actually a medical or a physical basis for this, because Mercury and Uranus in the body in medical astrology are agents of the nervous system. They are more nervous system planets. Venus and Neptune, likewise, are the relaxing planets. They are very like, soothing, relaxing, releasing planets. Mars and Pluto, Mars is an energizer, it's a stimulant, it can be extreme, and Pluto can be deadly. It can also be an extreme of temperature. So I have correlated these here together. And then we also see in our more psychospiritual forms of astrology that Pluto is said to be the higher octave of Mars, Neptune is said to be the higher octave of Venus, Uranus is said to be the higher octave of Mercury. So there is a even more extensive basis for why we might group these planets together in sharing an affinity with these specific chakras. So we've received the solar photons through each of the planets. The planets have sent their cosmic color rays to the specific chakras that they have special affinity with. And from the planet chakra in the body, the planetary cosmic color rays are traveling through the nadis, the meridians, the nervous system, the endocrine system, the glands of the body, and the fluids of the body, the blood as well, the waters of the body. And the planetary cosmic color rays are then entering the body zone of the zodiac sign they are currently in. So let's say the sun is in Leo. The sun's red cosmic ray will be received in our solar plexus chakra. It will travel through the nadis, the nervous system, the endocrine system, the blood, and will go into Leo's zodiac sign body zone, which includes the heart and the spine. So that's an example of how this ancient medical astrology Jyotish system, one of the ways that the astrology was seen to work physically. And I want to say too that in adding these additional outer planets that I have not assigned them specific cosmic color rays. I am just leaving it open to whatever colors may present for Pluto, Neptune, and Uranus. All right, now we are going to combine this Jyotish system with the galactic astrology. And so I have included here the galactic chart of oppositions and conjunct alignments between the luminaries, the important points, and the planets of our solar system at the time of the new moon on January 18th, 2026. So this will be the new moon, the first new moon of 2026 that will be occurring after this event. So it's a little bit into the future here. And it's occurring, you can see, at 28 degrees Capricorn, 43 minutes at almost 10 a.m. Hawaii time. That is my local time, but it will be a different time depending on where you are in the world. And so we can actually plug in the star alignments into our specific chakras. So we are just going to play a matching game. I'll show you on the next slide for how these star alignments are actually physically landing in our bodies. How amazing is that? And as I said, you can do this with your own natal chart and its star alignments as well. So I'm just going to show you the process with this new moon. So we're going to play match here. And you can see I've taken the chart apart here and I've aligned the Mercury star alignments, the Uranus star alignments with the crown chakra. So we can see that the crown chakra is receiving the light of Procyon and the light of Algol, the light of Alpha Centauri as well. So we can see that Jupiter here and its alignments to Lyra is right here. Venus and Neptune alignments are here with Altair, supergalactic center, Skiot, Saturn's alignment with supergalactic center, the Sun with Procyon, Mars also with Procyon, Pluto with Altair, Moon with Procyon, and there were not any alignments conjunct or opposite the nodes of the moon. So you can see those spaces are empty here. So we see there's a lot of Procyon energy. There's a good bit of supergalactic center energy, and there's a good bit of Altair energy present at the time of this new moon in Capricorn. And so we've just taken apart the chart and matched it with the order of the planets in the chakras. Okay, so hopefully that is making sense. I've also exchanged here, I had written out Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. I've exchanged here the glyph for Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. And so hopefully that is clear. I know many of you will have the glyphs memorized and some of you may not. So that is totally okay. On this slide here, I've actually just written it out so it looks a little less patchy. So you can see that Mercury and Uranus, my crown chakra, is receiving the light of Procyon, Algol, and Alpha Centauri. I've just translated that information there. And then I've also made these nice little cutout frames and plugged in images of Procyon, an image of the Lyra Ring Nebula that Jupiter is making an alignment with, an image of beautiful Pegasus constellation where Skiot is one of the stars that Venus and Neptune are aligning to. Neptune is aligning to Skiot at the time of this new moon. So I've plugged in actually the stars, and we see Saturn here with an image of the supergalactic center. I think that is an image of a black hole. I'm not sure if it's the supergalactic center, but you can see I've actually plugged in the images, and in your free gift, you will have a chance to actually edit your own document and plug in the stars if you so choose. And I'm using the conjunctions and the oppositions because those will be the most powerful, the most direct alignments in this particular paradigm and application and combination of the galactic alignments with this very ancient and beautiful geotish system with some modern additions and upgrades. So this is how we are embodying the astrology at the time of the new moon, and we will do an invocation really tuning into what this means and how this feels. I want to show you, this is a natal chart example. I have plugged in my own star alignments. So this is what you can do with the free gift, is actually take your own galacticastrochart.com natal chart and plug in your alignments for each of the planets and the chakras. And let's say if, like me, you have a few empty slots in your galactic astro chart, you can look at your star alignments in another system. This is the system of heliacal stars in Parans, according to Bernadette Brady. And so you can also include in your slots for the various planets any of your parans. And I have a YouTube video on my channel, Taylor Norris Reiki. If you search parans or ancient starlight, it will pull up a video where I explain how you can calculate your heliacal stars and your parans in case you have any blanks. I know that many of you who are drawn to the work of Julia Balazs have very full galactic astro charts, so you may not want to do this or need to do this, but in case someone's watching who does have a few empty slots or wants to just include these star alignments as well, because these are very, very powerful too. They're done in a different way. They include the whole horizon, not just the ecliptic. And so you can add in even more of your star connections by looking at your parans. So this would be my own natal. Wow, this is how I really embody the astrology. And this is what I invite you to do for yourself in your free gift if you feel aligned for that. And so now we are going to have an experience of what does this feel like, to help you feel the planets in the chakras, bring out the higher frequencies of them, the highest possible expressions of them. And then we're also going to add in the star alignments. And these are the star alignments that will be activated on the Capricorn new moon, January 18th, 2026. But you could just as easily plug in your own star alignment. So I invite you to be very comfortable. You can close your eyes, turn your focus within, and you can play some music if you would like to have music playing. I am going to turn my video off and I will begin the invocation, this guided experience for you. Close your eyes and take some deep breaths. Begin turning your awareness inward. Notice your breath breathing in your body, your heart beating in your body, your beautiful human body, made of the earth and made of the stars. Feel the beautiful light of Reiki flowing from the highest heavens of consciousness, the very source of all that is. The Reiki light flows into your body and activates any Reiki energies and symbols in alignment with your highest good. The Reiki light fills your breath and your body with the light and the love of the earth, the light and the love of the solar system and all star systems, the light and the love of the galactic center, the Milky Way galaxy, all galaxies, all black holes, the light and the love of the supergalactic center, our home family of galaxies, and all families of galaxies, the light and the love of the great attractor, Laniakea, and all superclusters, the light and the love of the Shapley attractor, this universe, all universes, this multiverse, all multiverses. The light and the love of creation fills your breath and your body. The light and the love of Source and the divine by all its names fills your breath and your body. And you remember that you are connected to the heart of Source and the divine by all its names. You remember your connection to the heart of the multiverse, for you are always in resonance and in rhythm with the heart of the universe, the heart of Laniakea, the heart of the supergalactic center, the heart of the Milky Way galaxy, the galactic center, the heart of the solar system, our star, the sun, soul, and the heart of the earth, Gaia. Your heart beats in rhythm with all that is, and the Reiki light flows in and illuminates your sacred connection, your sacred resonance with this incredible creation. Your innate oneness with all of creation is revealed. Breathe in now and receive the light of Reiki flowing through your Earth Star chakra below your feet, connecting you to the center and the heart of the earth. You are grounded, held, supported, nourished, and sustained here on earth. Within your Earth Star chakra, the Reiki light is activating and awakening the ultraviolet cosmic ray of the north node of the moon, both natally and transit, empowering your highest soul and spirit growth, your success, your abundance, your physical health and vitality. The Reiki light harmonizes and balances your Earth Star chakra and aligns you within the purity of the ultraviolet cosmic ray, bringing forth the most beautifully awakened expression of the north node of the moon within you, now and in all of your realities. You are aligned with your soul and spirit's purest intentions for this lifetime, and you welcome the most beautiful expressions of your highest evolutionary growth, now and in all of your realities. Breathe in now and receive the light of Reiki flowing through your root chakra at the base of your spine, connecting you to an unshakable inner security, inner safety, embodied grounding, protection, and eternal resourcefulness. The authority of your root is revealed as the Reiki light activates and awakens the orange cosmic ray of the moon, both natally and transit, empowering your highest lunar essence. The Reiki light harmonizes and balances your root chakra and aligns you with the purity of the orange cosmic ray, bringing forth the most beautiful awakened expression of the moon within you, now and in all of your realities. You are aligned with your deepest, truest, purest soul and spirit needs within this lifetime and in all of your realities. And you welcome the most beautiful expressions of your lunar mastery and lunar memory now and in all of your realities. Breathe in now and receive the light of Reiki flowing through your sacral chakra in your womb space, whether you are of a male or female embodiment. You have a sacred sacral space between the base of your spine and your navel center that is now filling with the Reiki light, awakening creativity, fertility, generativity, abundance, worthiness, and a deep, spacious, profound inner power. The Reiki light activates and awakens the yellow cosmic ray of Mars, both natally and transit, empowering your highest Martian expression. And the Reiki light activates and awakens the cosmic ray of Pluto, both natally and transit, empowering your full soul consciousness and the power of the purity of your desire. The Reiki light harmonizes and balances your sacral chakra and aligns you with the purity of the yellow cosmic ray and Pluto's cosmic ray, bringing forth the most beautiful awakened expression of Mars and Pluto within you, now and in all of your realities. You are aligned with the beauty of the sacred masculine, sustained by the motivation of your awakening soul self, and more fully embodying the radiant power of your soul and spirit self in all of your timelines and all of your realities. You welcome in the experience of being consciously aware of what was previously unconscious and receive the empowerment of your courage and bravery to be in a process of ever evolving conscious realization. Breathe in now and receive the light of Reiki flowing through your solar plexus chakra at your navel center, connecting you to your ever-growing solar power, personal power aligned with truth, integrity, honor, kindness, and generosity in all of your realities. The Reiki light activates and awakens the red cosmic ray of the sun, both natally and transit, empowering your highest solar expression. Feel the light of the sun revealing your power as a solar angel within the solar system, living a life on Earth now. The Reiki light harmonizes and balances your solar plexus chakra and aligns you with the purity of the red cosmic ray, bringing forth the most beautiful awakened expression of your pure solar essence, now and in all of your realities. You shine clean, clear, and bright, absolutely brilliantly, now and in all of your realities, in the way that only you can do. You radiate, you sparkle, you transmit the purity, clarity, and brilliance of your soul and spirit's divine light now and in all of your realities. And you welcome in the experience of multiplying your light in every breath, every heartbeat, every moment of your blessed human life. Breathe in now and receive the light of Reiki flowing through your heart chakra at your heart center, connecting you to the power, wisdom, and unconditional, pure love of your heart. The Reiki light activates and awakens the violet cosmic ray of Saturn, both natally and transit, empowering your highest Saturnian expression and the fully realized potency of your inner authority. Feel the power of your Saturn awakening in your heart, the authority of your heart awakening in your body. Your heart knows. Your heart reveals your deepest, purest truth. Your heart reveals the power and presence of you. Your heart reveals your guidance, your highest qualities, and your heart also lovingly supports you and your opportunities for further growth and refinement. The Reiki light harmonizes and balances your heart chakra and aligns you with the purity of the violet cosmic ray, bringing forth the most beautiful awakened expression of your pure Saturnian essence, now and in all of your realities. You welcome in even greater embodiment of your authentic leadership, discernment, discipline, inner strength, focus, steadiness, and long-term vision. You trust that all you need is already present within you now and in all of your realities. Breathe in now and receive the light of Reiki flowing through your throat chakra, connecting you to the potency of your inner truth, the power of your communications, the song of your soul, the instrument of your creative expression, your voice, your spirit's pure vibrational resonance. The Reiki light activates and awakens the indigo cosmic ray of Venus, both natally and transit, empowering your highest Venusian expression, your divine feminine essence. And the Reiki light activates and awakens the cosmic ray of Neptune, both natally and transit, empowering your highest Neptunian expression. Feel the power of pure love awakening within your breath, your heart, your throat, your whole body, your whole being, attuned and entrained to pure love. The Reiki light harmonizes and balances your throat chakra and aligns you with the purity of the indigo cosmic ray and Neptune's cosmic ray, bringing forth the most beautiful awakened expression of your pure Venusian and Neptunian essence, now and in all of your realities. You welcome in even greater embodiment of your soul and spirit's authentic creativity, imagination, self-expression, relationship harmony, abundance, spirituality, beauty, health, healing, and mystical refinement. You trust that the love you seek from outside of you is already present within you, infinitely and eternally, in all of your realities. Breathe in now and receive the light of Reiki flowing through your third eye chakra, your ajna center between your brows, connecting you to the power of your intuition, your clear senses, your clear seeing, clear knowing, clear hearing, clear feeling, clear thinking, clear sensing, clear smelling, clear tasting, clear body perception and sensation, your telepathy, and all of your psychic, intuitive, and mediumistic gifts and talents of your soul and spirit self. The Reiki light activates and awakens the blue cosmic ray of Jupiter, both natally and transit, empowering your highest Jupiterian expression. Feel your beingness expand into the majesty of your inner Jupiter, where all is possible, all wishes are granted, and good fortune is your natural birthright. The Reiki light harmonizes and balances your third eye chakra and aligns you with the purity of the blue cosmic ray, bringing forth the most beautiful awakened expression of your pure Jupiterian essence, your inner visionary. You welcome in even greater embodiment of your soul and spirit's generosity, mastery, good fortune, expanded perspective, imagination, optimism, and adventure. Jupiter switches on your innate larger-than-life function to be all that you truly are deep within, your unlimited, infinite, true, divine, authentic self. Breathe in now and receive the light of Reiki flowing through your crown chakra at the top of your head, connecting you to the power of your mind nested within the one mind, the divine mind. Your intelligence, imagination, intellect, lower mind, and higher mind are empowered with the purity of your spiritual connection to the unseen realms, that which is beyond the physical. The intelligence of the universe and the intelligence of creation flow through your crown chakra now as the Reiki light activates and awakens the green cosmic ray of Mercury, both natally and transit, and the cosmic ray of Uranus, both natally and transit, empowering your highest Mercurial and Uranian expressions. Your mental readiness, alertness, insights, downloads, and inner genius are empowered and revealed in all of your realities. Your clarity, presence, and brilliance are awakened as your ability to transmit and discern truth, knowledge, wisdom, and skillful communications is activated to your next level of embodiment. All the information you need is already inside of you, for your unlimited, infinite soul and spirit is a treasure house of wisdom, guidance, communication, and clarity. Breathe in now and receive the light of Reiki flowing through your soul star chakra above your head, connecting you to the power of your soul and spirit self. Full soul consciousness, full spirit consciousness, full soul mastery, full spirit mastery. The Reiki light awakens and activates the infrared cosmic ray of the south node of the moon, both natally and transit, empowering the highest possible expression of the south node of the moon. The full consciousness and mastery of your multidimensional self is empowered and revealed in all of your timelines and all of your realities. Your gifts, talents, abilities, skills, qualities of being, blessings, good fortune, truth, knowledge, wisdom, and helpful memories are activated to your next level of embodiment. The mystery of you welcomes you into greater trust, faith, and surrender into the divinely timed, divinely orchestrated quantum leaps of growth, sequenced in the great perfection of this lifetime, your lifetime, as a human being on earth, and in all of your lifetimes, timelines, and realities. Your chakras now begin to light up with the celestial, heavenly, and enlightened consciousness beyond our solar system, receiving only exactly what you need in alignment with your highest good and the highest good of all. Take a moment now and receive the light of Procyon in your root chakra. Receive the light of Procyon and Altair within your sacral chakra. Receive the light of the sun and Procyon in your solar plexus chakra. Receive the light and the sacred transmissions of the supergalactic center in your heart chakra. Receive the light of Altair, Skiat, and the sacred transmissions of the supergalactic center in your throat chakra. Receive the light of Sheliak and the sacred transmissions of the Lyra Ring Nebula in your third eye chakra. Receive the light of Procyon, Algol, and Alpha Centauri in your crown chakra. You come into harmony with the purity and the clarity, the divine brilliance of these cosmic and galactic light codes and sacred transmissions. Om Dram Dream Drum Sa Shukra Namaha Aditya Savita Suryaha. Perfect harmony, perfect balance, divine beauty, pure source love light in all of your timelines and all of your realities. Say thank you to you for activating and aligning the cosmic color rays within you, awakening planetary, galactic, and cosmic consciousness within your physical human body and human consciousness. Say thank you to you for receiving the gifts, blessings, magic, miracles, synchronicities, and serendipities of the nodes of the moon, the planets, the luminaries, the stars, the nebula, the black holes, and beyond. We say thank you to each other for our divinely ordered circle. We were meant to be together today, remembering and receiving together, activating, aligning, and awakening together, and empowering the truth that our bodies are the universe. We say thank you to the ancestors, the ones who came before, on Earth, within our solar system, and beyond. We say thank you to the descendants, the ascendants, the ones who come after, on Earth, within our solar system, and beyond. And we say thank you to the enlightened heavens of this solar system, the enlightened heavens of the Milky Way galaxy, the enlightened heavens of the galactic center, supergalactic center, great attractor, Laniakea, Shapley attractor, the enlightened heavens of the universe, the multiverse, all of creation, and beyond. Thank you to the infinite beings of light, the galaxies, the stars, the planets, the sun, the moon, and the earth, the seasons of the earth and her cycles, her elements, her life forms, in all of their beauty, majesty, and potency. Thank you to all the sacred ones, the beloved ones, the enlightened ones, the wisdom keepers, the Chellun's of the mysteries, and all who are supporting us as we be and we do our human part, waking up and embodying the infinite universe within us. We are so very grateful to be a part of this sacred ascending spiral lineage of pure source love light, being human now, empowering peace, love, well-being, beauty, authentic connection, divine harmony, abundant thriving, creativity, color, and joy within humanity, the earth, and beyond. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It is true, and so it is. Mahalo. And so, as you're ready, I invite you to bring your awareness to your eyes. Slowly open your eyes and return. So, I hope you enjoyed the invocation. On screen now, this is what your free gift will look like with everything blank so that you can plug in your own star and galactic alignments. And on the second page of the free gift, you can actually click this link and it'll take you to the live file in Canva where you can make a copy and you can actually plug in the information digitally, and you can also add in the star alignments, the images of the stars into your chakras directly if you so choose. So you can print this out as is. You can also go into that live Canva file, make your own copy and fill that out and make it your own. You can print that out and save that and enjoy that. And this is my free gift to you. And I know Julia and her team will do a beautiful job of including the link to that gift. It's hosted on my website. So you'll just enter in your name and email and you will receive the access to the free gift download that way. I would love to connect with you more if you feel a resonance. TaylorNorrisReiki.com is my website. Every new moon, I offer a free astrology and Reiki share. And so the first one of 2026 is on January 18th. And I also offer one-on-one galactic astrology soul readings and Reiki journey sessions. I will be teaching some very special classes and workshops in 2026. So do make sure you enter your email address on my website, TaylorNorrisReiki.com. When you download the free gift, you will also put in your email address so you will be appraised and informed about what is coming forward, because I will be doing more with the information that I presented today in really practical and beautiful ways. And I'm also hoping and intending to start a full moon sacred circle with cacao for starseeds. So, more information forthcoming on that. Thank you so much for tuning into my presentation. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you're really enjoying and receiving a lot of benefit from this incredible event. Just to end off on even more gratitude for this community, for this space to share, and this opportunity to be in sacred circle together as we welcome in 2026. Aho, amen, namaste, and so it is. Mahalo.
It is my pleasure to introduce Louise Platt, a deeply intuitive guide whose work in galactic astrology has supported many in reconnecting with their soul purpose and remembering who they are beyond the limits of the human experience. In her presentation today, Louise will share how her work has evolved through weaving additional celestial bodies alongside the fixed stars, and how myth and story help us access different fragments of self on the path home to truth. She will also reflect on key themes in the current transit chart that beautifully demonstrate her approach. Louise's own journey with quantum soul guidance has been one of deep remembrance of origins, purpose, and multidimensional identity. Through galactic astrology, she found a framework that brought clarity and empowerment, and she now offers that same clarity to others. For the past several years, Louise has worked with clients worldwide, building a fulfilling practice rooted in curiosity, devotion, and integrity. She's also a dedicated teacher and content creator through her YouTube channel called Spiral Bright Insight, and her online learning platform where her students can deepen their studies through her guidance. One of her signature offerings is called Unlocking the Shapley Attractor in Galactic Astrology, introduces students to one of the most powerful supracosmic influences shaping our charts and collective evolution. Louise brings warmth, insight, and devotion to her work, supporting others as they awaken to their soul's truth and reclaim the cosmic wisdom within. Please join me in welcoming Louise Platt to the Quantum Soul Guidance Summit 2026. Welcome, Louise.
Hello, and for those of you who don't know me, I am Louise Platt, and my business is called Spiral Bright Insight. And before I go any further, I just want to say a massive thank you to Julia and her amazing team for bringing this summit together, for creating this space where we can all gather and share our wisdom and our knowledge and inspire one another with so much amazing content. So that it's truly a privilege for me to be part of this again for the second year running, and to be able to come and share a little bit more about my work and what's ultimately my passion. So I am a quantum soul guidance practitioner. I was the 8th person to certify, and I have had the absolute joy of working with this modality for over 3.5 years now. And what I really wanted to do as part of my contribution to this summit was to come and share a little bit about how my work has evolved, because I think for anybody that knows anything about astrology, you will resonate with this. And when I say that, astrology is a lifelong learning journey, it's not possible to know everything ever, I don't believe. And, as our sort of understanding of the cosmos and what's going on starts to evolve and shift and grow and expand, that creates even more sort of learning opportunity within the field, within the modality of astrology. And what started for me, as a hobby, when I was just looking at my basic chart from the perspective of what was how the planets in our solar system were kind of showing up in my blueprint, it has just gone like so many different levels beyond that now, as I've started to bring in galactic astrology, which was kind of my starting point with Julia when I first found her and took her course. But also how, as my understanding has evolved, how I have been bringing in other celestial bodies and how they are contributing so much depth and insight and wisdom to how I approach my own work, my own trade, and how I can unlock wisdom and insight for myself, predominantly because everything starts with me exploring my own chart, but then how I can then sort of extend that and share that and take that into my client work. So I'm a practitioner, and I've been working with this, as I said, for a number of years now, as well as doing one-to-one readings. And my focus is very much on soul purpose, and also, I guess, understanding who you are and where you've come from with the influence and the support and the guidance of the fixed stars. So I do work very intuitively, but I offer one-to-one readings, quantum soul guidance readings. I do cosmic currents, so we look at transits. I can look at progress charts. There's lots of different sort of strings to my bow. And I also have a very active YouTube channel. So if you've not already sort of found me via my channel, I would love for you to come and subscribe to that, because I'm often on there sort of sharing energy updates and sort of chart readings as well. And I have more recently been called to start to create some online courses where I am bringing my own approach, sort of my own evolved sort of way of reading the charts and working with the stars, really, I guess, as a way to share my own journey and my own understanding and my own perspective. So again, I will share the link to the course platform at the end of this presentation. So the theme of the overall summit is all about remembering and sort of connecting our ancient past and all these amazing codes and wisdom as a kind of tool to support our future and, I guess, the evolution of the new human and what comes next. And I have been very much working with I guess remembering who I am and also helping other people to remember who they are, using astrology as my language. I mean, we know, there's so many different ways to access insight, to read the soul. And for me, I use the charts as my tool. They speak to me. The stars, the planets, the celestial bodies also speak to me, and I'm able to craft or unlock and unravel a story that really ultimately helps people to see themselves, perhaps from a different perspective, but it's about remembering. And that is just, it runs through the core of all my work. And for me, one of the biggest kind of most useful routes, particularly over the past year, and it's helped me gain a much deeper understanding, a much deeper connection, particularly to the fixed stars. But then when I started bringing in other parts, again, it's really helped me gain a lot of depth, is using myth and stories. Because I think, one of the biggest reasons that I was drawn to astrology in the first place was that I saw very quickly, not only that I had a gift to be able to sort of translate and decipher and interpret all the patterns through the symbols, through the different energies, but I saw it as a route to understand myself. And just to kind of go off on a tangent a little bit and very briefly, I have Chiron in Aries. So one of my core wounds that I came in with, and Chiron is squaring my nodal axis as well. So I came in with this wound of my identity. I didn't really know who I was. I felt that I didn't necessarily fit in, and the universe and and my life, kind of the life I created myself, gave me lots of opportunities to experience that not fitting in, not feeling part, not feeling misunderstood, not feeling understood, not feeling seen. And I guess for me, I had that constant sort of like, who am I? Why am I here? Knowing and feeling in the depths of my being that I had something important to do, that it was important that I was here, but it was just trying to access that. And again, there is no coincidence, and we talk a lot about how the transits, and what's going on out there has such a huge influence and impact on our own lives and our own personal experiences. But for me, it was literally the week of my first Chiron return. I had that lucky sort of retrograde and so 3-way pass over natal Chiron in my chart. It was the week of my first Chiron retrograde that I came across Julia, and I knew within days that this was something that I needed to do. And it was through exploring galactic astrology, understanding and seeing my chart in a whole new light, as I was able to add in all these new layers, that I was able to finally remember who I was. It wasn't that I had lost myself, it's just that I had forgotten who I was and why I had come here. And again, this work has been phenomenal, and for me at a personal level, because it's given me the opportunity to explore and remember. And then through that, as the wounded healer, it's not that the wound is healed, but it's that I can then use my wound and that pain point that was so chronic and sort of prominent and within me for so long, to help others to to guide and to remember and unlock their own deepest insight and wisdom, because it's all there. And I think a big theme for me over the past year, particularly through my own work, but also client work, is coming to the understanding that we are in this kind of human experience, this human journey, where we feel that pieces might be missing, we feel that we've lost ourselves, that we've forgotten who we are, and we're desperately trying, I believe, to remember, to reclaim, to retrieve all these missing pieces, and to come back to the sense of wholeness. And that sort of weaves us back into, takes us back into, I guess, the theme and what I really want to explain and explore as part of this presentation. Because what I've been doing is I've been using the myths and the stories that come through and that are very much mapped onto the fixed stars. They're mapped onto the asteroids, which I've been working with a lot, as a route to remembering and really kind of thinking about what is it about the stories and the myths in particular that stand the test of time. What is it that makes these myths? And so many of them we see mapped out in the stars and the skies. If we think about the myth of Perseus and Andromeda and Medusa and through Algol, there's so much out there. And when we start to bring in asteroids, which again is kind of quite a new layer to my work, but one that has just brought so much depth and so much richness into my approach and my interpretation and my kind of, deciphering and translating of what lies within the blueprint. How can we... It's just remarkable to me how much insight we can get when we do start to connect to the stories, and then seeing them in our own natal chart, we can start to relate to those parts of the stories that are resonant and meaningful for us. So fixed stars, I talked about fixed stars last year. Anybody interested in galactic astrology, we know that the fixed stars are very timeless. They have been with us, since before humans were around, but it is humans that have almost given the fixed stars their names, because the humans, that came before us, our ancestors, they would look up into the sky and they would recognize the same patterns. And I guess, again, as I've been sort of thinking about what I talk about and how I sort of work through this and, what exactly is it that I am doing, it was through humans really looking for meaning, seeking to understand, the human condition, the human journey, all these experiences that so many of us do encounter in different forms, in different ways, and different expressions, but how to kind of make sense of it all. Humans are looking for patterns because it makes us feel safe. It makes us feel we love the familiar. We do struggle with change, and to be able to look up in the skies and see these patterns that we recognize and be able to sort of say, oh, yes, that's Orion, that's the hunter, or, oh, look, there's Boots, the herdsman, or there's Andromeda, the trained princess, and to be able to, I guess, just kind of be able to relate to, remember the stories that we have projected or mapped onto the stars, and kind of it just brings those constellations and the magic and the energy of those back in. And it kind of, I guess, with the myths, what's important is that these myths get passed on down through generations. They are timeless. They remain. Cultures change. Generations shift, and we have different, different ways of living. Everything is constantly shifting. But it's the myths, along with the stars, that are timeless. They are present. They are constant. They endure. And the stories can get tweaked at times. Depending on which kind of culture, which community is using it as an example to access deeper understanding, but it is still the same archetypes that are showing up time and time again. And it is through these archetypes that the characters portray, that the characters, kind of bring in and demonstrate to us, that we can start to access that deeper understanding, because we can start to recognize aspects of ourselves in these archetypes, in these characters, and it helps us to make sense of what is going on, the human experience. Ultimately, it's like a shared language as well. And with the myths, we have the lessons, we have the morals, we have the learnings, we have the challenges, we have the losses, we have the wins. It's all there in these stories, again, that have just been passed on down through the ages. And the thing with the story as well is, although we recognize ourselves, it is also quite separate, because it's a story, because it's make-believe, but it triggers an emotional reaction, an emotional response. And always, I would say, with this kind of self-discovery and, self-development and self-awareness work, it's not until we feel the emotion, we have to feel our way through things to be able to actually really get it, if that makes sense. If we're coming at it with the mind, and trying to make sense of it and kind of, be logical and rational, it's not always going to work. It will only land when we access the emotion, and it is through the myths, through the stories, that we can access those emotions, because it is that emotional response that creates that deep resonance, and that's when we really start to get it. And it is through recognizing these archetypes and these aspects of ourself that we see in the characters of the myths, in the characters of the stories, that we can start to retrieve these aspects that were always part of us, but we might have maybe separated from them, we might have tried to deny them or ignore them, or we've just not been aware of them, we've forgotten them. But this ultimately is a process of coming back to the self and of bringing all these missing pieces, these scattered, fragmented pieces, back together, so that we can find wholeness, so that we can remember who we are, because I believe that that is actually the only real thing that we are here to do at the end of the day. We come to experience human life, we come to support, we come to guide, we come to hold space, but we're also in this huge kind of collective journey, mission, role of remembering who we are. And we're very much, through astrology, and particularly through my work, and I know I'm not alone, many astrologers also have this approach, it's about connecting to the past and these timeless stories and the patterns in the sky to help us remember these missing pieces of self that, again, they are part of the whole, and it is about bringing them all back together so that we can feel complete. And what's beautiful is when we start to think of all the myths that are sort of connected to the stars, it turns our sky into this beautiful living map. It makes the patterns more familiar, and it allows them to come to us and to share their wisdom in a way that really resonates, that really helps us unlock those emotions, because and open the heart center, because it's through the heart that we access our deepest wisdom. Now, again, working with the asteroids is nothing new, but, and certainly, I talked about Chiron earlier. That was probably the one of the first asteroids that I ever explored and I ever really resonated with. But there are so many more that have come in to my field of awareness, and they always come in at the perfect time. They come in when I am ready to, or my higher self is ready for me to unlock another piece of the puzzle, peel back another layer, get more insight into who I am. And as I said, as I'm doing this, I'm just somehow, and I'm saying somehow, and because I know it's not at all random, that the right people are coming to me at exactly the right time, because what I then unlock in my own chart is relevant to my client and whoever I'm working with at that particular time. So it is really beautiful how everything aligns and comes together, and how we are all pieces of this huge vast tapestry, and we are ultimately so connected, even when we feel that we're separate, even when we feel that we've kind of been dropped into this crazy alien environment and nothing makes sense. Actually, there is such a bigger, divine, beautiful kind of structure in place that we are tapping into all the time, even if that is at an unconscious level. So the asteroids are less timeless than the fixed stars, because they are essentially, and I'm not an astronomer, pieces of rock or stardust that are kind of floating around, and they're essentially fragments. They never actually became the planets, but they have been given names, and there are thousands of them out there, I know, but a lot of them have been given names, and a lot of these names associate with the myths. So the asteroids I've been working with, for example, are Medusa, which differs from Algol, the fixed star, Algol being the head, the severed head, Medusa being the goddess. There is also Astrea, the star maiden, the goddess of justice. She has been really big in my work recently. I've been working with Osiris and Isis and their kind of combined stories of separation, of fragmentation, of pieces sort of cut up and scattered all over the place, and that bringing together, that retrieval, that resurrection, finding power through that process. The Sphinx is another one that has been huge in my work of late. And if you watch my content, I often bring the Sphinx into my readings. Then we have, as well as the asteroids, we have the dwarf planets. again, they have their own role to play. Other stories come through their naming. Sedna, the Inuit sea goddess who was forced to let go. Her father severed her fingers so she couldn't hold on to what she relied on, to the old world, and she sunk back down into the depths which represent our psyche. But the transformation and the empowerment of that experience is a lesson for us all, and how we can sort of really look at Sedna's influence in our chart and the story and the wisdom and the guidance that she brings. Vesta, Palace, Ceres. There are so many that, again, I have been working with, but effectively, just coming back to the asteroids quickly, I describe them as pieces of rock, but for me, the stone rock is compacted stardust. So there is so much sort of wisdom within these, and when we start to look at their presence in the chart and the aspects that they are forming with other celestial bodies, their placement, the sign that they are in, they start to come together and tell another sort of version of the story. And again, it's hard to explain how it works, but it just always blows my mind on how accurate the asteroids can be in terms of their energy and their association and what it is that they are sort of bringing to the blueprint, either natally or through the transits. So thinking about, asteroids as fragments of rock, they are playing a huge part in helping us remember, because it is bringing together the fragments that we need to create the whole, to remember, to retrieve, to rebuild, to regenerate, but ultimately coming back to the wholeness and the sense and the remembrance of who we are. But I think regardless of which myth and which story we might be looking at, the right ones come in at the right time to help us unlock the aspect or the fragment that we are meant to call back to ourselves at that particular moment. And I just want to say that, my midheaven is in Gemini. So this kind of feels so aligned with my sort of my career, my calling, my vocation, my public role. It's using my voice, learning, and also sharing what I've learned to help people understand, to bring all these fragments, these strands, these threads together in a way that just helps us make sense of what might be going on. And I think ultimately it doesn't necessarily make the journey or the process any easier, but sometimes having that understanding and that insight and that, I guess, awareness just does kind of give you validation. It gives you the support, and it gives you the reassurance, that things are happening in a way that they're absolutely meant to. I love working with myths because it makes these kind of pieces of rock and these distant far out planets and these distant star patterns, it makes them relevant, and it helps us to, I guess, access them. It is always about relating and seeing your own experience almost mirrored back at you in a way that you can make sense of. And I think when we sort of read these stories, we hear about them, they've obviously been the content or the inspiration for many films, many books, many other stories. Then we can start to see parts of ourselves in them. And just to give you an example, I was drawn to work with Sedna. I mentioned her earlier, the Inuit sea goddess, and for some reason it wouldn't make sense because I've never had my fingers chopped off, certainly not in this lifetime, but the resonance I felt when I sort of tuned into her story and then looked at her placement in my chart, she's at 2 degrees of Taurus, that kind of sense of somewhere along the line I have experienced or I resonate with the memory or the trauma of being betrayed, of being cast off, of being, having to let go and having to surrender. And, I think for, you know, we probably all have that in our blueprint, because in terms of souls, you know, we've most of us have experienced everything. You know, we've been the monster, we've been the hero, we've been the princess, you know, we've been the victim, we've been the perpetrator. We have played all these roles because as souls we've wanted to experience all these different expressions. We've wanted to, particularly on earth, experience the different emotions, but it was certain ones are going to resonate more, certain ones are going to trigger emotion, and often it is the hidden aspects, the hidden emotions, the hidden trauma that the story helps us unlock and get to I guess access, because you know a lot of the shadowy stuff is often hidden and buried for a reason. But it is the stories that actually think, oh my goodness, yeah, I resonate with her situation, and it doesn't really make sense why, but I'm feeling that emotional response. And it was through working with Sedna that I actually came into a really sort of strong connection to the Shapley attractor, because I hadn't. Shapley is one of the cosmic super points in galactic astrology. Vast, huge point, you know, quite difficult to define, quite difficult to describe. But it was when I was working with Sedna, as I sort of kind of came back, you know, and almost relived her experience of having her fingers chopped off and having to let go and sinking back into the depths, not knowing really, you know, what was going to happen. Again, this is kind of more in a meditation type setup that obviously it didn't happen in real life, but it was as I sort of, you know, as I felt myself in her situation, it was the Shapley attractor and that gravitational force, that almost tunnel that caught me sitting in exact opposition at 2 degrees of Scorpio in my chart. And as I was sort of working with these energies and these archetypes, I have Isis at 2 degrees of Leo. So she was sitting in this T-square, almost holding space. It was like I had to, in that scenario, and again, this was it was through meditation and really, I guess, working with the chart in a more embodied way. It was almost like I had to connect to what it felt like to be betrayed, to be cut off, to be abandoned, to have to let go and to have to face the fear, actually, you know, this might be the end, in order to find myself, rather than, and I guess in the same way as Sedna did, you know, for her, when she did plunge into the icy depths of the ocean, she did not, that was not the end for her. She transformed, you know, this was a point of metamorphosis, transformation, deep change and empowerment, ultimately, as she changed into this kind of goddess of the sea. And in my chart, I've got Isis sort of holding the space in Leo as I was working through this, helping me to bring back this missing pieces. And it wasn't until I was caught in the slipstream of Shapley that I suddenly realised what Shapley is all about. And actually Shapley is there, among many other things, to take us back to our original form, to strip us of all the false identities, all the characters, all the layers, all the masks that we have been wearing, that we've been attached to, that we've believed are actually the true us, when actually they're not. And Shapley kind of takes you back to that core self, free of distortion, free of manipulation, free of all the fake layers. Obviously, there's a lot more to the Shapley than that. And it was actually through this experience and working with Sedna, working with Isis, and then coming into Shapley's sort of slipstream, I describe it, that kind of inspired me to write my course, Unlocking the Shapley Attractor in Galactic Astrology. So again, that is, I will share the link to that, because that has proved really very useful for a lot of people who have taken it. But what I want to do is just briefly show you the chart for this week, because it gives another example of how we are moving through this time where, you know, it's written in the stars, it's showing in the chart how, you know, such a big part of our sort of collective work at this time is to retrieve these missing pieces, to remember that actually what we thought we were separate from, that had been scattered, that was fragmented, was actually always there. It was just that we didn't have access to it. We'd almost chosen to experience what it was like to be separate, to be scattered, to be fragmented, in order to force us or to guide us and lead us to find our way home back to wholeness. And of course, again, we don't have long enough, unfortunately, to go into this in great depth as part of this presentation. But, there's parts of us that we have left in Atlantis, in Lemuria, in Orion, in so many other different star systems that contribute to our past, to our galactic history. And it is about bringing all of those back and remembering that, we are so much more than just this kind of human expression, this human physical body at this time. So I will show you the chart briefly, and then I'll talk very quickly through some of the things that I see in it. Okay, so this is a chart that I took for the 13th of January. It's early evening UK time, but it shows some really potent energies. And again, when I was trying to think about what I was going to present about, when I looked at the chart, I was just like, okay, it's all there. Everything that I've been working on is almost kind of portrayed in this chart, which is a little bit crazy, but it's also absolutely by design. So if we look here, up here, there is a nice collection of energies in Taurus. We've got Uranus in retrograde in Taurus at 27 degrees, sitting next to Osiris. And I mentioned Osiris, ultimately his story in the myth is one of betrayal, but also of devotion of his wife, who is able to go out and locate and retrieve all the pieces of Osiris, his physical body, and try and bring them back together to resurrect him, to bring him back to life. So there's strong themes of death, of resurrection, of rebirth, but also of dismembering, of fragmentation. And I'm very sort of drawn to the association or the link between Osiris and the story of Atlantis, and how at the fall of Atlantis, a lot of the wisdom and the knowledge of Atlantis was taken to many different parts of our world, some buried, some kept sort of safe. And that, we're coming to this time where we are bringing all those missing pieces back together, because we are in this time when there are enough souls here who can reconnect, who can remember, who can resurrect the Atlantean times, the golden age, in a way that, it won't be abused, it won't be misused, it will be sort of approached with integrity this time. And I feel this is very much about Uranus sort of awakening these missing pieces, bringing it back to life, almost like a defibrillator, if you like. Uranus and Taurus, it's like it's kind of a shot, a bolt into the earth, into our bodies, to awaken us to the truth that we were never missing, we were never fragmented, that we were always whole, but we just forgot. And then, of course, Algol here, this is the head, the Gorgon monster snake head of Medusa. She has her own story of, having her head cut off and severed, and separation, and all the associations with the Medusa, and facing your fears and seeing your power, and realizing that although so many of us have been silenced, and in Medusa's sort of story, her head was cut off at the throat, the throat chakra was attacked, she was silenced, she was demonized. It's about bringing that back and seeing that actually what we thought was the monster was actually the parts of us that we feared most. So she is very much kind of about resurrection of the divine feminine. Osiris is the divine masculine, and for them both to be sat here together at this time it's exquisite, and it does blow my mind. Coming around, we've got a trine to, this is Atlantis at 29 degrees of Capricorn. So this is really like almost validation for what I was talking about Osiris, holding on to this wisdom that is timeless. It's been held through and carried through and stored through the ages in the rocks, in the earth, in our cells, in our bones, in our physical bodies. And it is time for that to be awakened, to be reunited, to be resurrected. And with Capricorn, there is this sense of, we have to be wise, we have to be responsible, we have to act with integrity. And at the energetic degree of Capricorn, there is no other choice. But this is a time when absolutely we are ready, and it is something that we are going to achieve. And with Capricorn, there's also this sense of a legacy, a bridge between the old and the new, past, present, and future, and an endurance. It was always always there. It was never really lost, but it just had to kind of come back at the right time. And it feels like, looking at this chart, that we are so close, if not there already. We also have Estrella. She's the Star Maiden, and her story is a beautiful one of the last goddess to walk the earth, at the fall of humanity, as we sort of started to descend into corruption and forgetting who we were, and that separation consciousness and all the polarity and duality that comes through that. She tried to hold on, but she couldn't. But she kind of holds this candle, this torch, this knowing, this faith, this hope that there will come a time when humanity will be ready to remember, and then she will come back and almost guide us back to that point again, and bringing her memories of what is possible. And so that is really beautiful that she is there, kind of giving her support. If we think of Capricorn as this structure, and we need the structure, we need the container, we need the rules, but not rules in the patriarchal sense. This is about kind of giving this beautiful container so that we can hold us up as we move into the new. Venus is here, lending this beautiful divine feminine energy, and also the sun as well. So that is, I was like kind of quite blown away when I looked at this chart. And then if we think as well, this is a trine, so they're supporting each other. This earth is kind of creating this stable, supportive connection. And then there's a grand minor trine here pointing at Neptune and Saturn in Pisces. So it's like we need the earth, the container, that legacy, our bodies, our physical expression, to act as a base to hold us up, but then we are going to transcend that, because through Neptune this is about kind of transcending into unity consciousness and moving beyond victimhood, remembering that we are all connected, and bringing that creativity through as well. And with Saturn here, there's this kind of connection between the teacher and the lessons, but also the magic and the mystical. The master and the mystic come together as well. And of course, these two are going to meet together in 0 degrees of Aries next month. So it's very, very profound. But I'll just point out some more aspects, then I'll come back to the camera. I'm going to talk about the collection here of planets and bodies in early Aquarius. This is Pluto, Medusa the asteroid, and Vesta at 0, 2 and 3 degrees of Aquarius. And obviously out of sign we have, and we can include Atlantis here. And then down in early Scorpio we have got Hawaii at 1 degrees of Scorpio. We've got Shapley at 2. We've also got Haumea in early Scorpio as well, creating this square. If I had time, I would sort of bring your attention to, and we could decipher the grand fixed cross that is being formed with Pallas in Aquarius, with Alphard in Hydra in Leo. We've got the moon and black moon Lilith here in opposition. So there's just so much going on, but we are sort of limited. We have to be wary of time, because I know there's lots of other people talking in this summit this evening, and you don't want to listen to me go on for all night. So I might actually do another separate video on my YouTube channel where I go into the fixed cross energies in more depth. But yeah, let's just talk quickly about that square between early Aquarius and early Scorpio, because this feels really powerful. And obviously Pluto has been in an ongoing square to Haumea, to Shapley, for some time, because Pluto's been moving back and forward over the early degrees of Aquarius. And this is really kind of pushing for rebirth, for regeneration. Now, particularly with Haumea, who is, of course, the Hawaiian goddess of fertility, of childbirth, of new beginnings. And this ongoing square and her proximity to Shapley, it's like she's absolutely working with the force of Pluto to collectively bring about this new start, this rebirth, this regeneration. She is such a sort of force of nature, hugely creative, and she understands that destruction is part of the cycle. And of course, Shapley is also, it's huge galactic force. It's kind of stripping away, this cosmic point that just takes us back to the truth. So So again, just getting rid of all the layers, all the stuff that we've kind of become attached to or believed that we needed to have. It's just stripping it back so that we can build something that is really pure, that is very aligned with source, perhaps even with the original blueprint, and to bring that into being. And the fact that Hawaii is here next to Hermia at this time, it's like this is an asteroid Hawaii, but for me, asteroid Hawaii represents Lemuria. So again, this is making sure, and if we think, Lemuria, Hawaii is in the square to Atlantis, what comes next? Build on the past, the legacy, the wisdom, the knowledge, all those ancient sort of learnings, lessons, mastery, gifts that lie in our ancient civilization in Earth. But it is about bringing the science, the head together, logic, reason with the heart. And I see that this is with Lemuria and Atlantis, it's about bringing them both together. Both of them fell. Lemuria could not last because it was too heart-based. Atlantis could not last because it became too much about power and in the head and the mind. It's about coming back where we can bring both of those into alignment and work with them and bring them both together to support what comes next. Vesta in early Aquarius is that keeper of the sacred inner flame. She is, that devotional goddess, priestess energy, but again, holding that light, knowing that it was always there. It was never really forgotten. And now is the time for it to come back into being. And with Medusa there as well, the goddess, the original form, the form of Medusa before she was turned into a monster. Again, that devotional priestess, divine feminine energy feeding in, seeing the original blueprint, what was meant to be before we perhaps, were corrupted or demonized or exiled or scattered, fragmented, separated, and all of that sort of that experience, which again, we chose. We wanted to experience it, but we're now remembering that actually we need to come back, and this is part of why we came back to remember. So that is kind of there's so much I could say. I could talk for hours, and I often do. I could talk for hours about this, and I just hope it gives you some insight as to how I approach and how I'm using these myths and these stories to kind of help me access information. So to say thank you for being here and for watching my content and for supporting me. I would like to offer you 2 gifts. So I'm just going to share my screen again. So there's 2 links on this particular slide. If you want to take a screenshot, that might be useful. But first of all, I have created a cheat sheet where I talk about or share information about some of the asteroids that I have mentioned in today's presentation, how to find them, and also the numbers and what they mean, etc. So you would be more than welcome to just get a copy of that, and that's just share your email address and you'll get instant access. And then I'd also like to offer a discount for my online courses, a 10% off. So there is a code there to use when you check out, and the website address to access that platform with the courses that I have available is there too, along with my website address at the bottom if you'd like to find out more about me and my work, and find out more about the readings that I offer. So I've come to the end of my presentation. I hope you have enjoyed what I've had to share. Thank you so much for watching, whether you're watching live or watching it back on the replay. It is a joy to be able to gather with like-minded people. And if you've got any questions, feel free to reach out to me. My email address is hello@spiralbright.co.uk. I am around in the chat while we're live with the presentation and the summit at the moment. So I'll hopefully answer anything there. But it would be a pleasure to hear from you if you are interested in finding out more about my work, or just connecting. So I'm going to leave it there. Thank you to Julia and the team for all the work that's gone into this, and I wish everyone all the best.
Can you believe it? We're reaching the final presentation of day 1 of the Quantum Soul Guidance Summit. Allow me to introduce Tammy Roth, a quantum astrologer and longtime holistic psychotherapist whose work invites people into a living, embodied relationship with their natal astrology chart. Tammy approaches astrology as something alive and responsive, not distant or symbolic, but experiential. She guides individuals into direct relationship with their chart, helping them feel and engage with its energies rather than simply analyze them. Her work is deeply rooted in the reclamation of feminine wisdom and archetypal codes that are awakening during this evolutionary moment on Earth. Tammy supports women in reconnecting with intuitive intelligence, wholeness, and a deep feminine lineage that has always guided humanity through change. Before devoting herself fully to quantum astrology, Tammy spent more than 25 years as a holistic psychotherapist specializing in trauma and addiction. This background brings grounding, compassion, and safety to her work, allowing clients to integrate cosmic insight in embodied, practical ways. Today, Tammy will guide us through her approach to astrology through the lens of the divine feminine, offering pathways to begin activating feminine codes within your own chart. Please join me in welcoming Tammy Roth as the final speaker of day 1 of the Quantum Soul Guidance Summit 2026. Welcome, Tammy.
I'm Tammy Roth, and I'm here to talk about reclaiming the feminine in astrology. And this is a topic that I'm very excited about. I hope that you can really receive this information in a feminine way, which means to see if you can just slow down right now, maybe sit down, really let yourself relax and receive this information. That is one part of it is that we are in such a fast-paced environment, world all the time, and to really receive and be in a relaxed state is somewhat unusual. So I invite you to do that now if you can, and if not, no worries. Just really let yourself open up to the information and see how it feels instead of what you think about it. And I am going to do a share screen, and I have some slides to guide us through this. All right. So reclaiming the feminine in astrology. I will tell you how I came about this and then give you some invitations on how you can do the same. So a little about me is that I am trained as a psychotherapist, have worked in that field for decades, and always took a very holistic approach, a very energetic approach. And I always knew that the astrology chart was a remarkable tool that I could be using in sessions. However, I had a very, very hard time learning astrology, and I would take class after class, and it just would not land with me. And it was somewhat frustrating, I must say. And a decade ago, I guess, I started doing family constellation work, which is about getting into the quantum field and accessing energies of our family members and different systems that we might be in, our culture, our community, that kind of thing. And what I discovered is that our star system, our solar system, is an ancestral system. And so all of a sudden information started coming in, and I more or less had an astrological download. So I was able to then speak the language of astrology, and it helped me be able to study it then because I could actually speak the language. And so since then, it's just been quite a journey, and it just keeps unfolding. So that's a little bit of background, but I want to take you back to the ancient times. the ancient people received their guidance directly from the cosmos. They didn't read a chart, they listened to the stars. They would go out beneath the night sky and commune with the cosmos. It was a dialogue between earth and sky. And the stars were the ancestors. And of course, we have gotten away from that with the age of reason, with the path of the left brain, and ultimately the patriarchal path that has been very masculine, has taken us from this feeling and devotion with the stars to formulas and data. And so the age of reason brought in the chart, a piece of paper, a wheel, and mapping it out with math and geometry. And so it was a reductionistic approach to what had been incredibly expansive to the ancients. And this feminine quality that used to be there, this very expansive way of communing with the cosmos, was replaced by more calculation, prediction, certainty, and ultimately we end up giving our authority away to the astrologer. We made the astrologer the authority. And of course, that's just been a part of the patriarchal society that we've been in, is that our sovereignty has been outside of ourselves. And so that's what we're in the midst of doing right now, is reclaiming that sovereignty and coming into our own authority. And so we can do that with astrology as well. So I view this way of looking at astrology with a chart as third dimensional 3D chart reading. And that's great, because I use a chart, I look at it, I know the symbols. I can get a lot of information by looking at a chart from the third dimensional realm. Then the fourth dimension, as described by brilliant astrologer Barbara Hand-Clow, talks about how the fourth dimension is where we get into the emotional realm. It is where collective consciousness resides. It is where the archetypal energies reside. So that gives us the language so that each of us can look at a chart and we speak the same language about signs and houses and planets. However, with the fourth dimension, there's also this collective consciousness and programming that goes with it. So we have somewhat been programmed to think of astrology in ways that can be fear-based, restrictive, not expansive. And not everybody, views astrology that way, but generally speaking, the collective will view Pluto as scary and Saturn returns as, challenges, that kind of thing. And if we shift into the fifth dimension of experiencing the chart, we go beyond this third and fourth dimension, and it becomes a very embodied right brain approach to experiencing your chart. And it doesn't have to be just limited to fifth dimension. It can go higher than the fifth dimension. But you start experiencing the chart, your unique soul's blueprint, in expanded ways. And the thing is that we still have the paper chart, we still have the collective programming, and then we are also experiencing it through our body, through our right brain, through our own multidimensional self. So you might look at a chart and be able to experience a past life through it, all while being in this lifetime simultaneously. So it becomes very multidimensional when we expand beyond just the third and fourth dimension. So fifth dimensional astrology is also, we're getting out of the left brain and analyzing, and we're coming into this experiential frequency-based approach. So we're feeling it through our hearts. The quantum field is accessed through our heart, and it becomes not just a frequency-based experience, but it becomes an actual activation. So when we connect with these points and planets and places in our chart, and we feel it, we experience it, and we feel the frequency, it becomes immediately integrated. So the difference is that if you look at a chart and you analyze it with your left brain, then you have concepts. But if you experience it and you feel it and the frequency actually activates you, then you are then carrying the codes and you know it. You know it from like you know what you know. And I firmly believe that if you're watching presentations at this summit, you know the difference in that, and you know what it feels like to have that inner knowing. And so that's what this approach to astrology is. And it's a feminine way of doing it because it's so receptive and expansive. And I will also give some more ways of getting even more specific with the actual feminine aspect. But let me just talk a little bit more about what this quantum approach, fifth dimensional approach to astrology is. So I believe that we are having contact when the energy comes through in this way, because we get activated, we have this intelligence flowing through, and it's a form of contact, in my opinion. We're reading the field, not just this paper chart. And as I said before, the multidimensional aspects start coming through across lifetimes, and it's a very dynamic process when all of a sudden you're able to connect with a planet in this lifetime, and then you feel the thread that goes through to another lifetime, and you have this sudden knowing of, oh my goodness, here is a karmic pattern that I have the opportunity to end it now, that kind of thing. And it's just so powerful. And the other thing that I would say about this approach to astrology is we are very, very much accessing the mystery. So when I guide clients into their chart, one of the things that I'm doing is getting them out of their brain, out of their thinking mind, out of the knowledge that they have about astrology or about their chart, and really inviting them into the wisdom and the mystery of the heart, and invite in the element of surprise and welcome the unknowing, because that is the feminine, that is the dark void, and that is where so much is born from. So it's a beautiful way to access the mystery by doing it through our chart, using our natal chart as a portal. So the chart is felt. There's a sense of remembering. It's like, it's not necessarily new. It's like, oh my gosh, I know this. So there is this remembering that happens. And then, as I've already said, an activation. So it lights up codes. I believe it's activating dormant DNA is what is happening. And it is something that doesn't go away. It is then permanently residing within you once this happens with your chart. And the other thing about we can call this quantum astrology, fifth dimension astrology, feminine astrology. whatever you want to call it, it helps us start to normalize this nonlinear way of knowing. So it helps us practice being in the mystery, and it helps you get comfortable with being in the unknown and trusting that being in the unknown is it helps make the unknown be more comfortable, because we tend to be a culture that is not comfortable with the unknown. Our culture, really rewards us for having all the answers. And so this approach with astrology really turns that on its head. So it's very feminine, and that can be very liberating once you really relax into it. So I view it as a new earth practice. It's a way of seeing, feeling, and trusting the invisible. And our charts are just such a marvelous example of the invisible that guides us at all times. And that our charts, these nodal placements, are gateways, are portals into our past lives, our galactic lineages, and all the different soul contracts that we have. So doing this through the body, through the heart, in this mysterious way is a very feminine approach. But you might still be wondering, but how does it work? What are we talking about here? And that's where I guide clients. It's very much like meditation, but I guide you into your heart, into getting out of the mind. And ultimately, I'm holding space for you to relax into becoming these parts of your chart. So it's not meditating on them. It is actually you are becoming the Venus in Leo in the second house. And you're looking through Venus's eyes, and you feel it and you know it because she is a part of you. So it only makes sense that we would access it in this way. And the thing that I love is we do it with our eyes open. So then that helps us practice accessing these energies as we navigate the world. So I have found that the more I practice it, with somebody holding space for me, that then it also translates into just day-to-day life, and that I'm now navigating, I'm consciously in the field and navigating it as I go through life, and everything becomes symbolic, and I trust that everything is working for me and can view life from that perspective. So accessing the chart in this way absolutely translates into living. And it's a guide. When we use our chart to really get to know ourselves in this way, it is a guide for us to be our most authentic selves, because we literally have the blueprint that shows us who we're here to be. And the really interesting thing is, when we really come into our own natal chart, we're probably going to go against cultural norms, because the culture has us pretty homogenized and our charts don't. So again, it's this, feminine uprising of really becoming, being who we're here to be. And, most of us, I think we have glimpses of our chart and we live into some parts, but to really, really own the entire chart and become who we are here to be, especially at this time on the planet, it's, I think it's an act of rebellion, really, because it's so, such a powerful stance to be in. So there are some other parts of your chart that you can start reclaiming the feminine. And this is just some of the things I've started noticing recently. And I'm just going to offer these ideas and then invite you to open your ears and eyes as you're in the world of astrology as well. So Virgo, I've been noticing that Virgo, when you listen to astrologers, Virgo is very much described as, the perfectionist, um, the the critic, yeah, perfectionist is the word that I hear the most about Virgo. And there's usually a little bit of a negative slant about Virgo. She's uptight, but she's the one who will get things done, that kind of thing. And I rarely hear that Virgo is the priestess. She is the healer. And Virgo, the symbol is virgin. Virgin means sovereign unto oneself. So Virgo was the priestess who chose the path of really going within and honoring her own soul's path. So we all have Virgo in our chart, and I think it's such a great opportunity to start really bringing that back online, and to not just automatically go into the shadow aspects of Virgo, the nitpicky, controlling. I hear that so much, and I personally am really all about reclaiming the priestess of the Virgo archetype. And then Scorpio, the same thing, just Scorpio is so demonized about the darkness and deception and mystery and bipolar. I hear a lot of negative things about Scorpio as well, but this is what I view as dark goddess energy, the part of the chart that is willing to go in to the depths and face death to be reborn, willing to look at the darkest aspects. And I'll talk more about dark goddess energy in just a bit, but that is energy that we so deeply need on the planet right now, this willingness to go into the dark and not fear it. So I'm also all about reclaiming this scorpionic energy through the feminine lens. And then Capricorn is another one. Capricorn is actually a feminine energy. In all of the signs are either masculine or feminine, meaning they're either yin or yang. They're either energy that is outgoing or receptive. And most people think of Capricorn as being a very masculine energy, the CEO, the structure ruled by Saturn. But Capricorn is actually a feminine yin energy that is an earth sign. And when I think of the tarot, I think of the Empress being Capricorn. It's just this fertile earth mother kind of energy that's there. So again, taking the CEO out of the seat in the high rise and really reclaiming that feminine aspect. And then I love this idea for reclaiming the feminine in your chart, and I did it this year. It just so happened that at my solar return, a few days before it, I actually had a Venus return, and I was very aware that Venus was coming back around, and it hit me that I was, that I had done a solar return chart for my upcoming year, but why not do a Venus return chart? And so I did, and it just felt so luxurious and sensual, because I was just like the Venus return chart was showing me where I could tap into abundance and beauty and feminine qualities, and not just tap into it, but I felt like the Venus return chart was actually kind of a challenge. Like, okay, here it's occurring in your chart. This is mapping out your Venusian energies for the next 18 months. Are you going to suppress this, or are you really going to live into it? So yeah, I invite you to do that. And of course, it requires knowing where your Venus is and when your Venus return is going to be happening. But if, it doesn't mean you have to do it right when it happens. You can run it for the prior one or the one coming up, whichever is closer. And an astrologer will know how to do that for you. Then there are all of these goddesses, asteroid goddesses that, and this is just a very, very short list. When I started discovering that these asteroids, I mean, it seems to be an infinite number of asteroids to begin with, but so many of them are feminine, and you can look up. Google will give you everything you need. You can look up the asteroid number for these asteroids, and then you can go to astro.com, put that number in, run your chart, and it will show you where Isis, Sekhmet, Nut, Hathor, Arachne, and again, there are just so many more. It will show you where it is in your chart, and you can start working with these energies, which are, as I talked about in the beginning, from a fifth dimensional perspective, these energies are inviting us to reconnect. These energies are wanting to light us up and activate our DNA. So it's just such a beautiful approach to getting your unique frequency of these feminine energies. And yeah, you can Google asteroid goddesses, and I promise you will get a very long list of them. And all you need is the asteroid number, and it becomes a very personalized process for you. Then there are also dark goddesses. And this is where I get the most excited. So dark goddesses are, and these are also asteroids, but the dark goddesses are the ones who can help us claim these rejected, hidden parts of ourselves that our society really rewards us for keeping the aspects hidden. And I have a really interesting, could be hard to believe kind of story to tell you of why I'm so lit up by the dark goddesses. And that is that my natal Jupiter is at 26 degrees of Taurus, and that is conjunct the fixed star Algol. And Algol, in a more traditional patriarchal view, is known as the demon star. And he beheaded Medusa. And so Medusa is connected in with Algol. But when I first heard about that, I dug deeper, and I'm like, it feels like there's something here. And so I was feeling Medusa wanting to be reclaimed. And then I discovered there's also an asteroid called Medusa. And so I was like, well, I wonder where she is in my chart. And so I look, and she is conjunct my moon. And Algol and Jupiter are opposite Medusa and my moon. So there's this line of energy with all this dark goddess energy. And this is the part that is just like, what? You can't make this up. When transiting Uranus conjuncted my Jupiter at Algol, opposing Medusa and the moon, I was in an Airbnb, and in the middle of the night, a bullet came through the wall in my bedroom and clipped the headboard and came very close to taking my head off. And it was a wake-up call, as you can imagine. And it has just really invited me to get in touch with these parts that, like Medusa, really represents the trauma, the shame. She was snakes coming out of her head, fear. And when you really start to break Medusa's medicine down, it's this Kundalini energy. Like, she is filled with all this Kundalini energy, and her medicine is the shame and the trauma, and it has been transmuted. It is alchemized, and she is coming back more powerful than ever. And I think it's really interesting if you look at her name, Med USA. I feel like by reclaiming this dark goddess energy, that the more of us who can do this, that we are bringing medicine to the USA. And it doesn't matter where you are in the world, the USA needs some medicine right now. So that's my personal story of why these dark goddesses have been just so intriguing to me. But there's more besides these, but Eris she's the truth teller. She refuses to be silent. She's the one who's going to be a whistleblower. She's the one that wherever she is in your chart, she's going to help you speak up and not just go with status quo. Persephone, she has been initiated through loss. Devastating loss. She has descended to the underworld, and she has survived, and she has risen again. So she brings that medicine alive in us instead of just having tremendous loss and collapsing into it, never to be seen again. We can reemerge with alchemized energy and activation for the world. Hecate she's the guardian of the crossroads, the thresholds. She's very comfortable with death and just those threshold moments. She's very much in the mystery. She's between worlds, very, very powerful energy. And then Kali, there is an asteroid named Kali, just like the Hindu goddess, Kali will liberate, cut through any BS. That Kali is very much a Pluto or Saturn type energy, that ultimately it's all about the love for us, but it's also a tough love approach. Like, if it's not serving, it's got to go. And so it can be, it can feel overwhelming or devastating when these kind of energies come through. But if we can just remember that it's happening for us and that it's for our ultimate evolution, then it for me, it makes it much more palatable and, I guess, welcoming is what I would say. And if you know where they are in your chart and you're able to watch the transits as they are happening, then you can work with these energies instead of just being a victim to them. So these are just a few ways that I personally am trying to reclaim the feminine in my astrological chart. And again, I'd love to hear ways that you are. I hope this lights up ideas for you. And I am just fine. It just feels to me like the path is infinite of all that we can do with reclaiming the feminine in the chart. And you can go to my website, tammyroth.com. I have a course called the Silver Thread Lunar Grid that has been created by a dear friend, that when we got into the field with this work, the moons of many planets step forward and have initiated, activated, asking us to bring these feminine goddesses into other people's awareness. And we're doing that through working in the field, but also working with creativity. So it's on my website, and by being a participant in the summit, we're offering a $400 discount on the year-long program. And all you have to do is email me to say you saw the summit, and you'll get that discount. So at the very least, I invite you to go and look at the course, because just the reading through the course alone can be somewhat of an awakening, and really activates energy. So I invite you to do that, whether you take the course or not. And there's some free meditations in there, so it'll give you just some experience with the energy of it. And I will stop sharing now. And thank you so much for watching this presentation, and I hope you are as lit up about the feminine energy and astrology as I am. All right, thanks so much.
Well, the day flew by. Can you believe it? We are at the end of day 1. Thank you all so much for the beautiful interactions in the live chat. It is such a joy for me to witness you. I so appreciate your love, support, and shared excitement for what is arising. You're making this coming together feel truly special. Thank you. As we come to the close of day 1 of the Quantum Soul Guidance Summit 2026, I want to pause and honor what has unfolded today. We have stepped into the summit by opening a new cycle, one of remembrance, movement, embodiment, and creative ignition, right? Through today's presentations, we explored themes of new beginnings, feminine wisdom returning or arising, the intelligence of the body, myth, story, and creative force, all held within a wider galactic and cosmic context. If something stirred within you today, a memory, a resonance, a sense of recognition, I invite you not to analyze it with your mind too quickly or too much. Let it settle. Let it marinate in your body. Let it integrate experientially. Let it find its place within you. Even though we share so much information during the summit, my hope is that it's not merely about consuming information, but much more about remembering through resonance. And that may be experienced through full body chills, goosebumps, or truth bumps, as I like to call them. Expansion in your heart space, expansion in your entire energy field. Reflect back on the entire day and the information that was shared, the energy, the frequency that was shared, and reflect on what really spoke to you. As you move through the rest of your day or evening, depending on your time zone, I gently encourage you to ground what you've just experienced. Drink plenty of water, step outside if you can, get some fresh air, feel your feet on the earth. Allow your nervous system to settle, because integration or proper integration happens not only through insight and analysis and the mind, but more so through presence and embodiment. All replays will remain freely available on the Galactic Astrology YouTube channel when you click on the Live tab. So there is no pressure to absorb everything at once. You are welcome to return to today's session whenever your system feels ready. Okay. And before we close, I'd like to share 2 gentle invitations, both shared in the spirit of choice and generosity. First, if you feel inspired and wish to contribute in support of the time, care, and resources devoted to bringing this summit to life, you'll find an option to do so on my website on the Events tab, where you can purchase ad-free replay bundle. Okay, and this is entirely optional, and your wonderful presence here is already deeply valued. Second, for those of you who feel called to go deeper, I offer a range of learning pathways, from introductory courses to those who are new to astrology, to advanced practitioner level training in the Quantum Soul Guidance program. You'll have lifetime access upon enrolling, so you're always welcome to explore my content at your own pace, and only if your natural curiosity and passion pull you in this direction. Tomorrow, we continue with day 2, where we will move into deeper territory, exploring ancestral and stellar lineages, shamanic starseeds link, navigating the super cosmic hubs, the 13th sign, destiny, DNA, paradox, new earth pathways, and more. Each day of the summit unfolds like a spiral, gently revealing deeper layers of remembrance and understanding. If you feel called, I invite you to share in the comments what stayed with you from today, what moved you, what inspired you, or a single word that captures how you're feeling right now. I would love to see it. You never know how your reflections may support someone else. I see that all the time in the comment section inside my courses. It's beautiful to witness your stories and see the interaction within the community, because it's this shared presence that makes this coming together, this gathering, so meaningful, truly. So thank you once again for being here. Thank you for being you. I really appreciate you. I love you. Thank you for your openness. Thank you for your willingness to walk this path of remembering together. I can't wait to welcome you back tomorrow for day 2 of the Quantum Soul Guidance Summit 2026. And until then, enjoy some rest and embrace the arising presence of your soul's wholeness. Much love to you all. I'll see you tomorrow.
Power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you and me is here to create magic on earth. Power of you, me. tears. Let the fire burn away your fears. Let the wind blow into your life such faith and trust. Oh, let the earth hold you, take care of you, nurture you. Oh, the power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth.